Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto was the Superhuman Maelstrom in Marvel. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. It never changes, huh? Muttered a man, standing tall in a rooftop of a village known as the one hidden amongst the leaves. Humans, or their variations anyway, always succeed to thrive, to be the victor over the battle with nature itself. Sometimes to the point of conquering it all on their own. The man went on unbidden, as if lost in his own thought, but through it all, there will always be rules. Conflict of some kind will always arise. There will always be the greater threat, looming over them, sometimes without their knowledge. He then raised his left hand slightly. There will always be a chaotic force, either made or just is. Then he raised his other hand to the same level as his left hand. There will always be those who will stand tall against the oncoming storm. There was silence before he dropped both of his hand, and there will always be those who just stand in the middle. Either unaware or privy to the supposed secret. And either insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Or pivotal in the situation they are in. The man smiled as he looked upon the sight far in front of him, something so far away from him that one wouldn't know what it was exactly that he was looking at. But he was very much capable to see from such distance. To him, it was as if he was seeing something that was merely a few feet apart instead of being separated for 600 meters. But then, the man uttered again, there is always the one focal point in the oncoming chaos. Either an artifact, or a person. And that also holds true here. Smiling to himself, the man placed his hands unto the pockets of his thick, hooded coat. Which shouldn't be surprising. After all, this is the place where he grew up after all. In a manner of speaking. He said cheekily before he said, let's see what would happen with a little bit of intervention. And after he said those words, he vanished, leaving a trace of static electricity lingering in the air for a few seconds before it vanished as well. Pregnancy. Such a word that brought a myriad definitions of happiness into the would-be mother. Kushina was her name, Kushina Uzumaki. One of the very few people that could be said as the remnants of the proud Uzumaki clan of Uzushiogakure, which was once Konoha's greatest and most formidable of allies. She had been with her baby for 5 months and 3 weeks now, more than half the duration she would have to go through before the baby could be delivered. But she just couldn't wait. After all, this was the product of the love between her and her beloved husband, the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure. She had been quite giddy at the prospect of raising a son or a daughter. If it were a he, then she would be the strict but warm mother who would be the one who would reprimand him if he had done something that was not proper. Especially if he turned out to be just like her. If it were a she, then she would be the playful but nevertheless orderly mother who would encourage her daughter to be someone who would go out, challenge the world, and become the most powerful kunoichi that had ever lived, surpassing her predecessors, shinobi and kunoichi alike. Oh, that would be just wonderful. She thought as she walked in the park area. She was currently spending her time outdoors, one of many things that could bring her a great degree of enjoyment during her maternity leave. Now while she's very happy to be expecting a child, there were certain things that it had deprived her from, such as the ability to be as agile as she had been before the pregnancy came along. Considering that this was her first one, she was very careful in keeping the baby inside as healthy as possible. And if that meant she had to sacrifice her hobby of practicing kenjutsu along with minimizing the amount of ramen that she could eat in the span of a month into one bowl for about 10 months' time, then that's what she's going to do. But the initial depression had been overwhelmed by the expectant happiness that came with Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The name of the baby as propositioned by her husband. Though one might wonder why would someone name their child Naruto, considering that it could mean fish cake, one of the many ingredients used in ramen, it was not because she liked it so much that she decided to name the baby after her favorite ingredient of her favorite meal. Despite her reputation of being slightly air-headed, even she wasn't that idiotic. Who would name a kid after a meal anyway? No. It was the namesake of the character of her husband's mentor's first novel. The character who will not give up as he fight the whole world, who cynically judge his idealistic, yet just, causes something that will not bear fruit. Kushina and Minato were hoping that the baby would become someone who could live up to his namesake, a charismatic character that could not be broken by the cynical world in which he lived in, a great person who would achieve many things in his life. And that his name would be fondly remembered even after he is succeeded by the numerous generations that comes after him. Such a dream that Kushina wished for her child. A dream of grandeur, but it's considered as normal for a parent to wish that their firstborn would become a great person. Knowing Kushina Uzumaki, the life she wished her son would have was something that she would spend her lifetime to fulfill. For the sake of her beloved child, Naruto. A sigh, a sign of tiredness, exhaustion, be it mental or physical. It could be heard coming from the mouth of the man who had been watching the red-haired pregnant woman from afar, and then, he uttered out with a shake of his head, found her. And him. Looking around his surroundings, the man then went on to say, well, this might either bite us all in the ass in the future. Or we might gain some invaluable things from this. A lesson perhaps. To not mess up with things when it ain't broken. He finished rather sarcastically. Remembering about a concept that was coined from a TV series that he once watched, he couldn't help but to say it in his own words and within the context of what he had been involved in for a long time. Interference with the progress of a society within a world, or in other words, playing God with uncivilized being, is strictly prohibited. Well, guess what, boss? Consider this my present for that help. He procured a rather wistful smile as he said, thanks for what you did. But then it turned into a mischievous grin. Let's hope that you won't become an evil overlord or something. ... Nah, your inherent goodness will prevent you from turning into that anyway. As a man of action beneath the intelligence and wit that he possessed, Minato Namikaze found the work of a high-ranked official, or more commonly known as paperwork, to be something that really dulled his mind and body. And that was the reason why several shadow clones of him could be found scattered in his office as the original sat on his desk, thinking some other things besides the goddamn paperwork sitting on the Hokage's work desk. His desk. One of which was the woman that he had married, Kushina Uzumaki. The other was the baby which she was carrying for more than 5 months now, her child, his child. Their child. Thinking of those things brought a smile to his face. He was very ecstatic when he heard the news of his wife's pregnancy, the prospect of having a family, a child to be raised, the things that they could do together. Such things defined the true happiness that he coveted so much. Being on his own since he was small was the incentive for him to dream of having a functional, loving family that his child could have and grow up in. A dream that would occur with Kushina, of that, he had no doubt. Even with the knowledge of her being a Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox could not change the fact that Minato thought of her as a beautiful woman. A beautiful, free-spirited, though most of the time stubborn woman that no other woman could emulate. Though one could easily like her because of her appearance alone, Minato loved her due to her personality, which was a reversed version of his own personality. Where there's calmness, there's boldness. Where there's the capability of forethought, there's the tendency to act first before thinking about the consequences. Like yin and yang, the opposites attract each other, and with that, they clicked. Though that incident with the kidnappers from Kumogakure no Sato did help matters a lot, Minato had to admit. Then Minato heard a knock at the door, and so he said, "Who is it?" "It's me, honey," was the sound of his wife coming from the other side of the door. Minato smiled as he walked towards the door and opened it himself, and when their eyes met, Kushina said, "Hi." She greeted him with a smile. "Hi," Minato said, reciprocating her smile with his own. "Come on in." After Kushina went in, she saw the clones Minato working their respective duties, and she couldn't help but say, "Wow, you're really laying it on thick with the Kage Bunshin, aren't you?" She said rather cheekily. Minato closed the door as he said rather sheepishly, "Well, come on, you know how much it really mess me up here," he said as he gestured to his head with both of his hands. Kushina grinned as she chuckled, "Yeah. Not really someone who's suitable for a desk job, are you?" she said as she quickly kissed Minato's lips. Minato ruffled his head as he said, "Well, I can. It's just I don't want to." "Then how come you're ordering yourself to do this kind of thing?" asked one of his rather flippant clones. "It's because you're me that I'm fine with it." Minato replied to that particular clone of himself with a smirk, "It's not really an abuse of authority nor it is slavery if I use my clones." Then that particular clone grumbled indignantly before he returned to what he was doing. "Minato, The original one, sighed at the look that his wife gave him as he then said, "Alright, you know what? Tidy the place up, make it as neat as you can, and afterwards, your tasks for the day would be considered done, okay?" "Alright boss," said all of them at once with a chipper tone of voice. Kushina chuckled at that and said, "It never gets old, hearing your voice so cheerful and bubbly like that." Minato laughed and replied to her remark with, "Still feels weird though. Hearing my own voice like that really put things into a weird perspective." "Alright. Let's get this started," spoke a certain man as he rubbed his hands together to prepare for what he's going to do next. He took a deep breath as he extended both of his hands to his sides and said, "Alright. Let's do this. Remember Cole, don't be like John. Don't burn it hot." Suddenly, blue-colored lightning materialized around his hands, crackling and sizzling as a faint blue aura began to cover his very being, and his skin began to glow faintly with luminescent blue light. The man then smiled as he then said, "But burn it bright." Then, he clapped both of his hands together, creating a reverberating wave of energy that was invisible to naked eyes. When the last of his clones went away in a puff of smoke, Minato smiled at Kushina as he said, "So where do you want to go, love? What do you want to do for the day?" "Oh, neglecting your duty as the Hokage are you?" she asked playfully. "It's not called neglecting when there's a more important duty to perform now." Minato defended himself with his jovial tone, which is to say, the duty of a husband to tend to what his wife's desiring. "Ah tilde, well there is this one thing that I want to have." She trailed off, as if knowing that her husband would know what she really wanted to have. Minato smiled sheepishly as he then continued to say, "Ramen is not really something to be eaten when you're pregnant, Kushina. The amount of nutrition it has is less than what the baby needs too." "Oh come on tilde." Kushina whined as she said, "I've been going without ramen for weeks now, I gotta have it soon or else I'll go mad tilde. And besides, I'm sure that Naruto wouldn't mind." "Well, I would." Minato replied, "but, sigh. Alright, we'll do whatever you want." "Yay!" Kushina yelled out as she clenched her fist, "Finally. Some ramen after such a long time." She then looked at Minato and continued with, "Don't worry though, I'll limit it to one bowl only." Minato's smile widened as he said, "You know what? Just for that, you can have as many bowl as you want." "Oh don't tempt me. I have Naruto to think of here." She chided him lightly as she patted her enlarged stomach. The pair was about to leave the room when, "Oh." Hearing his wife so suddenly yelled like that, Minato turned to her, grasped her shoulders with both of his hands and said, "What? What's the matter? Is something wrong?" Naruto, I think." She began as she then procured a bright smile, "I think Naruto just kicked. ... When a human was conceived into the world through their mother's womb, that human's sense of self was not yet formed. Humans' cognitive ability to think for itself and to acknowledge its surroundings only came about a few days after they were born, and even then, it would need more time before it could realize oneself, the world surrounding it, and capable of complex thoughts. All animals, without exception, could never be aware of itself when it was still at the stage where its physical form was still inside the shell, in which it was being molded by the DNA of its parents. However, what if this wasn't the case for a certain human child? Human mind, no matter at what stage, be it in its initial stage, is self-conscious to a degree after all. Really? Asked the ecstatic Minato as he went and placed his hand onto Kushina's stomach. Feeling the movement of the baby, Minato's smile widened as he felt the feeling called joy bubbling up from inside him. He did. "Wow. That's amazing," he said rather breathlessly. "Yeah. He is amazing, isn't he?" Hearing the sound of his wife without the vigor that she had previously made him turn his attention towards Kushina. And he saw that Kushina's face was reddened. It was as if she was hit by a fever or something similar. "Kushina, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I'm fine," she said with a smile that was intended to be a bright, energetic smile, but it came off as a weak-looking smile, showing a slight frailty of his wife that he rarely saw. "Okay, on second thought, I don't think I'm fine. Help me please." Without spending another time to be wasted on words, Minato helped Kushina stand on her 2 feet. He then placed his hand over her head and true enough, she was hit by a fever. "Honey, You got a fever, quite bad too. We should go to the hospital. Kushina nodded rather weakly, all right. Go ahead. Minato then activated a certain jutsu of his, a jutsu that allowed him to essentially move through dimensional void to reach a certain place in the matter of a single second. And with the sound of displaced air, Minato and Kushina was gone from the office of the Hokage. All right. That's done, muttered the man named Cole under his breath as the faint bluish glow began to disappear. Hopefully they didn't notice it until its effects take place. Then again, they won't be able to know what's going on. He stopped talking when he received a mental feedback that caused him to stumble slightly. He grabbed the right side of his head as he clenched his eyes shut and chuckled. Boss. Nice to hear your voice too. Couldn't you give me a couple of minutes notice beforehand? What he heard on his head was much yelling. Yells that were made out of anger. But the man merely rubbed his head as he replied with, I should have known that you would figure out what I was doing even from afar. But if you have doubts, just trust my judgment. Considering who we're dealing with, I'm sure you understand that this won't change him for who he is. He then stood up and wiped off some of the dusts on his pants. This isn't a blindly made bet. The odds are in our favor. Whoever it is that would go up against him wouldn't have a chance in hell. He spoke rather cockily, and if he's anything like you, which I have no doubt in, his footsteps will be followed by everyone around him. Sensing that there were multiple presents closing in, the man named Cole decided that it was high time for him to leave. Gathering his energy, he focused on the presence of electricity in the air and created a single lightning bolt that fell from the sky and hit right in the spot where he stood, surprising the people nearby due to the sudden sound of thunder and the flash of lightning in such a sunny weather. And when the sound died down and the light was gone, the man was nowhere to be seen. Arriving at the location where the mysterious beacon of energy had been located, the members of Anbu that arrived at the location could only see an empty spot where it had occupied. The sudden pulse of energy was something that could be said as a bomb, of a sort. One that created an explosion of invisible, seemingly harmless energy in such a large amount that spread with such velocity and a yet-to-be-counted area of effect, but presumably massive, judging by how quickly it spread and how it didn't even begin to disperse even after it already went 20 miles away from Konoha's outer wall. And when they were tasked to quickly find the object, a lightning struck down from the clear sky that caught them slightly off guard, but it did provide them the specific direction that they must take to quickly get to it. But now, seeing that the object or someone who had brought it here was nowhere in sight, the leader moved on to the next best thing to be done. Search the whole village. Every nook and cranny, every alley, every building, every house, and every room. Whoever or whatever caused that must still be around here. Little did they know that the man who caused it had gone far, far away from Konoha. Their efforts would be proved futile, and only several people of Konoha would know the sensitive details of what had occurred. And even then, their knowledge would be very limited. And none of them would have the slightest idea of what would follow. No one in Konoha nor in any village in any country within the elemental nations would know. But in time, there would be one person who would witness firsthand the everlasting effect of the mysterious anomaly that would be known as the irregularity upon those who reacted in a unique way to the invisible energy. And that person's name was Kushina Uzumaki, the jailer of the legendary nine-tailed fox. Kushina groaned in pain as she suffering in the agony of giving birth to her son, Naruto, after 8.5 months of pregnancy. The birth was performed in a secluded location combined with several precautions placed around the room to prevent something else inside her besides her own son from interfering. The nurses and doctors that's helping her was pretty cautious as well, mostly due to the fact that her water broke when it had just been approximately 254 days instead of the estimated 300 days or more. It could mean that she's just delivering the baby a little earlier than expected due to no fault on the mother's side, or it could mean that due to unknown external factors, the baby would come out earlier than expected. And the examinations that she had done to check the baby's condition during the past months had produced some results that could be said as mysterious and strange. Though the baby was healthy and suffer no physical defects, they found out that the baby's body was different in a way. A glaring example would be the fact that the baby's brain was far more developed than a normal one during that time within the womb. Other differences would be a more developed pair of eyes, refined bone structure, denser muscle fibers, more durable organs, and the indication of a more versatile motor skill. Indicating that this baby was not only healthy, but physically more refined than a normal baby's. Such physical development in such a short time was nothing short of scary in itself, but nevertheless, they would do their best to deliver the baby. After all, with the wife of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Bawako Sarutobi, personally helping the birthing process and her husband helping with the Kyuubi's seal. You're doing great. Just a little bit more, grit your teeth and bear it. The old woman barked. Is she going to be okay? Asked the Yondaime Hokage as he kept the Kyuubi from breaking free. I never saw her in so much pain before, is it going to be? Don't gape and ask such questions, pull yourself together. You're the Hokage for goodness sake. Yelled Bawako, and do not worry about her. This much pain might kill a man but women are strong. She can endure this. Minato nodded as his resolve returned, right. Stay strong Kushina, you can do this. And do it she did. A healthy baby boy was born. He's out. Hot water. Quickly. Bawako ordered the nearest nurse, who promptly did what she was told. Kushina, in her exhausted state, tried to turn her head towards where her newborn son could possibly be, but due to her bed-ridden state, she was only able to look sideways, and so she needed to ask. Is he here? Naruto. Where is he? I don't hear him crying. He's here, assured Bawako. He's alive, breathing, and healthy, but he isn't crying. What's wrong with him? Asked Minato, as worried as his wife was. I do not know. But don't be discouraged, from what I can see, he's fine and well. Bawako said as she covered Naruto with a cloth. Come on now, child. Your parents are expecting you. She said softly to the blonde-haired baby who appeared to be sleeping. She brought him over to Minato and Kushina, who looked at him with expectant yet worried eyes. After a second of tense silence, the baby coughed once, twice, then repeatedly. Naruto. Naruto. Kushina yelled out of worry at seeing her newborn son coughing profusely. But afterwards it stopped as he began to breathe regularly, prompting a relieved sigh from his parents. Thank goodness. What's going on with him? I do not know. Bawako answered Minato with honesty. He looks healthy, there's no apparent physical defects. But he's strangely calm for a newborn baby. Why he is, I do not know. Then, Kushina saw his eyes fluttering, as if he's trying to open it. Look. She weakly said to the others. As they focused their attention to him again, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that he saw was the face of his own mother. His blue eyes found Kushina's purple ones, and she found that his gaze was quite intense. It was as if he's evaluating her. But she smiled, her happiness unbidden at seeing the face of her firstborn. And then, she said, Hi. Hi Naruto. He blinked once before he tried to reach Kushina with his hands, moaning as he did so. Kushina smiled as she used her hand to caress his small, plump cheek and moved her head closer so that he could reach her. Hello. I'm your mother. She said softly to him. When Naruto touched Kushina's cheek and rubbed it slightly, she felt happy. Happier than she had ever been. This little baby, this little, healthy baby boy was her son. She looked at the strands of blonde hair on his head, his brilliant blue eyes, and thought, he looks just like Minato. Hee. I'm kinda glad he doesn't have my red hair, she thought to herself, remembering that despite the fact that her husband liked her hair, she had preferred her child not having that particular physical trait of hers. Kushina. Hearing her husband's voice filled with worry, she turned her gaze from Naruto to Minato. Minato. What's wrong? He then swiftly moved towards the seal located on her belly and immediately strengthened the seal. It's. She then directed her eyes towards her belly and saw that the seal keeping the biju at bay was spreading across her body, and one of the tendril-like ink even moved up to her cheek, specifically, the place where Naruto's hand was. Bawako immediately pulled Naruto's hand away, and the seal's tendril retreated back, and Minato wasted no more time in giving his own chakra to strengthen the seal. What was that? Asked Kushina, who was still afraid because of what just happened. Whatever it was, I hope that is the last we will see of it. Bawako said as she saw Naruto, who seemed oblivious to what has happened. Still, I had never seen a baby so calm and collected. Not to mention with eyes so intense, it seems as if he could comprehend his environment. The old matriarch of the Sarutobi family couldn't fight the feeling that this baby was somewhat confusing. There's something that made him feel so alien that she couldn't help but to be baffled, but not really knowing why her instinct was acting that way. But despite my hopes, I think it will be best if he doesn't touch you for the moment. Just to be cautious. What? But. This is not an argument, Kushina said Bawako, cutting her off. We do not know what happened, but it's clear that being in the proximity of your boy caused that to happen, so for now, he will be put out of your range until we can safely test this again. Am I understood? After Kushina begrudgingly agreed, Bawako and the other nurses performed the usual procedures before she brought Naruto away, leaving Kushina and Minato alone in the delivery room. The Kyuubi, did it react to him? She asked Minato. I saw the seal trying to reach him but. That can't be it, right? Minato was unsure about what he had seen either. The seal's strange reaction to Naruto was something that made him afraid. He sighed as he replied with, to tell you the truth Kushina. I don't know. But what? She asked as her vigors slowly returning. That was, undoubtedly, a reaction. A harmless one it may be, but Kyuubi did react to his presence. Minato said, what that means isn't exactly clear. But I can hypothesize that either Kyuubi's the one who wanted to interact with him. Or it's the other way around. An inhuman growl could be heard from within the prison reserved for the nine-tailed fox, who is tied into a large boulder by numerous chains. For the past few minutes, it had been trying to break free from the one holding it at bay. When it sensed the barrier getting weaker due to its container's physical condition and exhaustion, it tried its hardest in attempting to escape. But its container's significant other, the one they called the Yondaime Hokage, was not someone that it could underestimate. As he managed to maintain the seal's strength despite the nearly overwhelming odds. After all, it did put everything it had to try and break free. After a while, it had begun to give up, until finally, it decided to let go and to accept the fact that it would serve another indefinite amount of time within its jailer's psyche. But after a few moments of will-crushing defeat, it felt something. Something, whatever it was, tried to connect with it, bypassing the seal and its jailer's mental fortitude within the span of a few seconds. And so Kyuubi responded back in turn, hoping that whatever this interference was, it would be able to help it break through the seal. But then, like all good things that had come its way for countless times before, it was taken away once again, leaving it with nothing more than a fuel to be fed to his ever-growing feeling of hatred. However, as it felt the seal's strength returning ever so slowly, and imprisoning it once more in the dark corners of its jailer's mind, Kyuubi also felt that the previous interference had caused a difference within its jail. It was similar to the feeling that a human would have when they entered their house after leaving it for a while and found out that the location of all the furniture in the living room had been subtly changed in his absence. There was something that just doesn't belong here, was what the Biju thought. Something that gave a slight but noticeable feeling of wrongness. Like a piece of modern furniture in a room filled with antique objects, or a sad, melancholic song with grim undertone being played in a supposedly festive occasion. As if on cue, the chains that kept it bound rattled, as if there was something that's manually shaking it. Then, it felt the tremor that shook the whole room, and for the first time in several decades spent being sealed to two different people, it grinned. The giant fox then grabbed the rattling chains and gathered its energy and squeezed them to try and break them. And to its glee, it managed to do precisely that. Then it roared as its anger and hatred towards its jailer began to return with a vengeance now that there's a chance for it to break free from the abominable cage. Bawako was about to reach the room where she would place Naruto in when the whole building shook, as if an earthquake had occurred. What's going on? One of the nurses asked. The old woman looked towards the location where the tremor originated, and her expression turned to one filled with abject horror as she realized what was going on. Taji, we do not have time to gawk. Namikaze-san can handle this, and with that spike of energy, the other Anbu members must have been alerted and responded. We need to get this boy to safety first, she said as she began to increase her pace, fully intent on bringing the newborn to a safe place. As the whole building began to tremble and collapse, the old woman felt her frailty affecting her as she slowed down slightly to catch her breath after just a few minutes of running. Bawako-sama, are you alright? Asked Taji. She took a deep breath before she said, I am alright. But I can't go faster, my body just won't let me. She then gave Naruto to Taji and continued, take him. You are younger, physically much more capable, and an Anbu to add. Go. Get him out of here, if possible, get him to Hiruzen. If what I'm suspecting is true, then this building will not last long. Not if that creature is indeed free. But Bawako-sama, I can't just leave you alone. Do not argue with me, go. She ordered Taji as she pointed towards the direction of the exit. Her expression changed from a face filled with uncertainty to one filled with resolve as she nodded and said, hi. When Taji ran away with Naruto in her arms, the old woman attempted to regulate her breathing as she leaned over a wall. That boy's but a few hours old. And I had already gone through many decades. If I were to die here, and him to go on living, then so be it. Orders are orders. One of the many excuses for a soldier to follow even the most atrocious of directives. And despite being an Anbu, due to her profession overlapping with being a medic nin, some of the time, Taji had difficulty in following orders. Of course, thanks to her Anbu training, her hesitance would always be suppressed so that she would have no feelings of burden in following them. But due to her somewhat small experience in being an Anbu, she couldn't deny that most of the time, she cared more about the lives and well-beings of people around her rather than doing the most rational option available. There were only a few Anbu near Bawako-sama. She justified what the wife of Sandaime Hokage had told her to do. She turned her head slightly towards the sound of destruction and added, and most of them are probably handling Kushina-san's problem with the Kyuubi. If that is indeed her Biju. Ooh. The haunting howl akin to what one would consider as the roar that came out of a terrifying monstrosity of an unimaginable scale echoed throughout the area, and Taji immediately increased her speed, not because she was afraid, but because of who she was holding in her arms. The faint moaning sounds that came from the baby became an incentive for her to survive, so that in return, this boy could also live on. After she finally got out of the building, she did not stop and continued running. She didn't even hesitate and turn her head back. Until she heard the sound of a building being completely decimated. It was similar to a sound of an explosion of great magnitude, in that it brought the feeling of dread that crawled in her spine. She didn't stop, but she did take a look back. And she saw the terrifying figure of the legendary nine-tailed fox, roaring into the shining moon up in the night sky. Its howl alone was terrifying to be heard. But its physical appearance magnified that feeling of terror several folds. The gigantic human-like body with the head of a fox covered in bright orange fur, a pair of red eyes that conveyed its anger, and the 9 giant tails which was the reason why it was called as such. The most powerful of the Biju, they said it was. And even though she was far away from the beast itself, the sheer power that it exuded made her believe that notion without hesitation. Taji then refocused herself to the task at hand and turned her head away from the beast. Hokage-sama will be able to handle it. I need to get his son to safety. Seeing the baby, Taji couldn't help but to feel slight despair and uncertainty. She knew that the possibility of this boy's mother surviving the ordeal of the Biju's breakout was very, very small. And now that the beast had broken free, she had a lingering doubt that made her thinking that the Yondaime might not be able to survive from attempting to contain the Kyuubi. But Taji steeled herself. Even if the possibility of this boy growing up without his birth parents around was quite likely, she would not allow herself to believe that this boy would become an orphan. Not when there's still hope that they, or at least one of them, could still be alive after all of this was over. She looked at Naruto, who looked back at her with such innocent, curious gaze and thought, you've been brought into this world by parents who love you and have been expecting you for a long time. But why would such a thing happen on the day of your birth? The medic nin just couldn't take it. She hated the fact that fate could be so cruel and callous at times. Naruto. Don't worry, okay. Your parents will be fine. She said to him, not caring for the fact that he couldn't possibly understand what she's saying, don't you worry. Everything's going to be alright. The 9-tailed fox will be put down, they will come for you, they will take you home, they will take care of you, they will watch you grow up, just like any parents would do to their child, okay. Struggling to compose herself, Taji then said. So don't worry. They will be there for you. I promise. And so, as the moon loomed over the legendary beast, the Hokage, and the child-carrying medic Nin, the events promised for the future had changed. Veered from its supposed course due to several missing and added variables that influenced the direction it had been going before. In another universe, this memorable day was not supposed to occur until 2 months from now. In that universe, the fox's breakout was caused by another man. Someone who was slightly incapacitated as of this moment. Deep within an artificially created underground system, the echoes of a man growling in pain could be heard throughout its whole area. The sound originated within a small chamber. The man's pain was unmistakable as the thing that afflicted him so reached to cellular level. Such a thing had assured periodical bouts of agonizing pain would befall him for an indefinite amount of time. But, the man was not without patience and perseverance. He endured the pain for he had experienced hell once in his life before, and this one, to him, was not as painful as what he had experienced. So it will not destroy him. For he had been destroyed long before this mysterious affliction came by. Despite knowing that it was the time to enact the plan of his master, he could barely move during the intense bouts of pain that had been increasing during the past few weeks. Endure it he could, but to utilize his body during said affliction was something that he couldn't possibly do. Even with the help of his mutual friends, he was unable to overcome the pain. And so he had to let go of the one chance to enact the plan to forcefully release the beast known as the nine-tailed fox and control it to destroy the village in which its jailer lived on. Little did he know that it had already happened despite his lack of involvement. But nevertheless, when he did find out, it would not satisfy him. Nor would it give any semblance of happiness for him. For his master's plan, the one that he had sworn to help in succeeding after his demise, was irrevocably ruined. Knowing this however, he resolved to form a new plan. One that would be similar in spirit to his master's previous one, but different in its execution. However, all of it had to wait until this affliction goes away in due time. Preferably in the shortest amount of time as possible. But even if it would not be gone in the near future, the man's patience and perseverance would not bring him down. If I could endure the hells that I've been through for the last couple of years, what difference would going through another couple of weeks or months of the same old thing make? He thought bitterly. He growled in pain again due to the near-constant agony of having the alien biological structure that had been implanted on him for several years on the right side of his body was being rejected in conjunction of it growing new ones to replace it in such a continuous, but slow pace. Single quote. This will not defeat me. I have to make something out of this. I will make something useful out of this. I swear, for all that I've worked for all that I've lost. I will come out of this stronger than before. I will not become weak. Curiosity. The desire to know. To learn. In his eyes, everything must have seemed wondrous, amazing, and each of them different. The intensity of his gaze was very adorable to Taji's eyes. It was as if he's trying to comprehend the things around him. And she had a feeling that he's learning many things with every second he's spent awake. It was just 30 minutes ago when she finally reached Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already heard the sound of explosion that came from the remote area that was caused by the Kyuubi and was about to prepare a group of shinobi to come along with him to investigate. When he saw that she brought Minato's child with her, he had immediately asked her about what was going on. She immediately told him what had happened. The Kyuubi somehow broke free, and in the wake of the beast's breakout, the Anbu members that was guarding the building where Kushina was delivering Naruto in had came to Yondaime Hokage's aid to quell the beast. Almost immediately, Hiruzen Sarutobi became the stern leader known as the Sandaime Hokage. He immediately gathered many shinobi and kunoichi from Chunin to Junin class to aid Minato while ordering the civilians and the would-be ninjas and genins be protected by several Junins and members of Anbu. Taji was ordered by him to secure Naruto's safety. And she immediately brought him to the nearest shelter and had been staying there to this moment. It was a shelter that she shared along with several others, most of them civilians, who were filled with fear. Fear that the Kyuubi's power would prove to be too much for even the Hokage to handle. Even she could only hope that what they're assuming wasn't the case. Hokage-sama. Please, don't die. Your son is waiting for you. Please, save Kushina-san and return, she pleaded. Excuse me. Hearing the soft voice of a woman calling out to her, she raised her head and met with a woman with jet black hair and onyx-shaded eyes. The physical traits of an Uchiha. Like her, she also carried a baby with her. Taji could not see whether it was a boy or a girl, nor of its exact age. But if she were to guess, the baby was probably a month old. I can't help but notice. That baby looks very similar to Minato Namikaze. She said with a low volume, is he his son? Taji nodded as she said, yes. This is Minato-sama's son. She said as she smiled at Naruto. Then, the Uchiha woman's face turned rather apprehensive as she went on to say, they say that the Kyuubi was sighted nearby, is this true? Yes. It is indeed, true. Taji answered. The woman then seemed to be contemplating something before she sat down in front of her and whispered, my name is Makoto Uchiha. And I know about the Yondaimi's relationship with Kushina Uzumaki. Taji's eyes widened. She knew that Makoto Uchiha was a close friend of Naruto's mother, and so she would know about some things that the public of Konoha are not aware of. And she proved it when she continued with, and I know that she's the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. There it was. If she knew about her status as a Jinchuriki, that would also mean that there's a possibility that she also knew about the meaning of Kyuubi's sighting. What is going on with Kushina? Is she? She trailed off, as if not wanting to speak further. Taji could only shook her head as she said, I do not know. I was tasked by Bawako-sama to get this boy out. And now, my task is to keep him safe. I know nothing about what's going on. Makoto took a deep breath and a depressed sigh, knowing that her friend, Kushina, might be dead. Quote. Is Minato still? Yes. Quote. I see. She said after a moment of silence. She then decided to ask, what's his name? Taji smiled again as she said, they named him Naruto. Makoto procured a melancholic smile as she muttered, Naruto, huh? She asked rhetorically. Seeing the blonde baby boy looking at her so intently, Makoto couldn't help but to smile. He has his father's looks, she thought. Then, she turned to the sleeping baby that she's holding and said, well, Naruto. This is Satsuki. The baby girl was shown to Naruto, whose eyes almost literally sparkled with curiosity as he went and tried to reach her with his hand. Makoto smiled and said, he's very aware of his surroundings, isn't he? Yes. He is. Answered Taji. Ever since his birth, Naruto had demonstrated his advanced cognitive functions that should only come up once he's a little bit older than a few hours. He's not an ordinary child. Taji thought. By the way, what's your name, if I may ask? Asked Makoto. My name's Kanzaki. Kanzaki Taji. Answered Taji. It was about an hour or more after their meeting that it was declared that the whole situation had been resolved and they could sleep peacefully. However, before they could go into their respective homes, the Hokage had something to say for the population of Konoha. And so, Taji, along with Makoto, went into the center of the town to hear what he had to say. Before they arrived at the town center, they were expecting Minato Namikaze to stand and tell them that the Kyuubi had been put down. And that what he wanted to say was an assurance of a sort, something that would calm the fearful masses down. But what they saw was Hiruzen. He stood there, surrounded by some Anbu members as he waited for the gathered population to calm down so that he could explain the reason why they were gathered there. Then after the masses had all calmed down, he began his speech. People of Konoha. He began, today, we of the shinobi forces had responded to a threat posed by a Biju. The nine-tailed fox, to be exact. And I am here to tell you that the threat it posed is no more. The Kyuubi has been defeated and pushed away from our village. The people began to cheer out of relief, glad that they were safe from harm's way. However, shouted Hiruzen, silencing them again, we didn't manage to do so without losing some people in the process. When that statement was spoken, the whole crowd became tense and silent, and then the old man said this, in the aftermath of the battle. Among the few who lost their lives, there was one remarkable person who has sacrificed his life for ours. Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, has fallen in the line of duty. Murmur of disbelief, grief and sadness began to wash over the crowd, And it hit Taji the hardest, because her hope for the boy's life had been crushed with that simple sentence. Due to his death, I shall once again take the mantle of the Hokage. We shall prepare a proper funeral for the Yondaime Hokage and the others who died protecting us all. He stated, and as the current Hokage, I order you all to take a moment of silence for Minato Namikaze and these brave people. And so they did. Out of respect for their fallen leader, who sacrificed himself for their safety. And after it was finished, Hiruzen continued, that is all. Go to your home, all of you. We've lost a few but great men today. Let their sacrifice be remembered. With varying degree of grief, the crowd dispersed as they began to leave the premises, their vigor considerably lessened after the news of Yondaime's death. But Taji didn't leave, she walked towards Hiruzen, her expression filled with sadness, despair and grief, combined together. Hokage-sama. She called to him. Seeing her, Hiruzen immediately went to her, he looked at the baby boy as he cast his head down as he said, forgive me child. Hokage-sama, what about Kushina-san? Taji asked, hoping that at least the baby's mother lived still, did she survive? The Hokage's reply was his silence and his grim expression. And Taji knew that the answer was not the one that she had been hoping for. If so, then what would happen to him? She asked about Naruto, now concerned about the baby's well-being. Hiruzen sighed as he said, it will be discussed by the council. But nevertheless, I will have the final say. I will do what's best for him, I promise. Taji nodded. Good. Thank you so much Hokage-sama, She stopped when she was reminded about who she had left behind. Hokage-sama, did Bawako-sama made it? Hiruzen nodded. She did, but she suffered many injuries. The best medic nins in this village are trying to save her, but Oh. The old Hokage sighed before he noticed how close Taji was holding Naruto and how attached she was to the little baby boy. Maybe I could. He procured a faint smile as he thought, perhaps. I will see whether or not she would agree to the notion. Taji, if there is a chance of you becoming the one responsible in taking care of Naruto, would you take it? Hiruzen asked. I'm sorry Hokage-sama. To her, the question seemed so sudden and out of nowhere, so it was the only response that she could form. Hiruzen smiled and said, would you be willing to be his adoptive parent if there is a chance for it to happen? She was somewhat incapable to immediately answer that, but despite that, deep down, she knew what answer she would give. So she took a deep breath to compose herself before she said, I would, Hokage-sama. I cannot bear to think of him growing up alone. If Minato-sama and Kushina-san isn't around, and if I were chosen to be his parent, then I shall do my best to raise him. Hiruzen nodded as she patted her shoulder, then I will see what I can do to make that happen. Taji smiled as she nodded, thank you Hokage-sama. He nodded before he left, and as he performed a shunshin to reach the Hokage building, his thought was, Minato. I will make sure of Naruto's safety and well-being. I promise you with my life. And I'm sorry as well. For what we had to do. It was approximately 8 years after the Kyuubi sighting that spread panic amongst the population of Konoha. 8 years that had passed in relative peace, except for an affair with Kumogakure 4 years passed regarding a certain prominent clan from Konoha. In the past few years, compared to the initial few weeks after the incident, the people's fear of the Kyuubi had diminished greatly. Mostly due to the fact that the numbers of those who died was not that great. But the sacrifice of one Minato Namikaze made him remembered by the citizens of Kumogakure with utmost fondness. It was said that he fought valiantly despite the overwhelming odds that was stacked against him. That he summoned the great toad called Gamabunta to aid him in subduing the beast. The great final battle of Konoha's Yellow Flash. He died doing what he had done during the Third War. Serving and protecting Konoha with the risk for his life. He was an exemplary Konoha shinobi. One whom every shinobi of Konoha must aspire to. And a shinobi that must be an example to those who wanted to become one. Uruka-sensei, we've already heard this story several times already. Complained one of the students, prompting the Chunin-ranked teacher to turn to him, prepared to give a verbal rebuke. Oh, and are you already bored with it, Kanzaki Naruto-san? The boy in question was none other than the son of Kanzaki Taji. Naruto was his given name. Fond of the color of orange, it was not a surprise for the others to see him wearing a long-sleeved shirt colored in orange with black-colored sleeves. Only few within the village knew who he really was. Of his heritage, his physical traits stood out quite prominently: bright blonde hair, sharp blue eyes that had a slight edge to them, as if he's assessing every single detail of what he's seeing. Along with 3 pair of thin lines across his cheeks, which resembled a cat's whiskers to a degree. And to add to the color of his eyes and hair, was his physical structure. Despite being only an 8-year-old in age, his body had grown to a child's tallest possible height during that time, effectively making him somewhat intimidating and slightly looked up on by his classmates, figuratively and sometimes, literally. He's a rather introverted person, but not emotionally stunted. He would talk if spoken to, respond normally to something that would draw a normal, emotional response, but rarely would he talk or show any range of emotions if not given an external stimulants to do so. So his remark upon the story of the Yondaime Hokage was quite surprising to Iruka. Was his boredom really that powerful? To the point where he decided that he had heard too much of it and felt compelled to complain. I'm just saying that we all know the whole deal. You've been periodically telling this story ever since we first started, either in the end of the first week of every month or in the first day of the week of every even-numbered months. He said, the reason why you're telling us this story is not lost to us either, so I'm just saying that your message has already been delivered. Crystal clear. Then can you tell us the reason why I deem this story so important that I have to tell it to all of you, Naruto? Yes. Naruto said without hesitation, the will of fire. Every true Konoha shinobi must love, believe, cherish, and fight for the village's sake. And sometimes, to die for its sake. The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, held that belief close to his heart, and so he saved the village from the Kyuubi. He died so that there will be dozens others to replace him. All of us here, sitting here, in these chairs. We are the ones he loved, cherished, believed in, and fought for. We are those who will bear Konoha someday. And that is why we must become the inheritors of his will. Iruka finished for Naruto. He smiled as he thought. He remembered the very first speech that I gave after the first time I told this story to the students nearly 2 years ago. Amazing. Iruka nodded and said, precisely. And all of you have understood it? He asked the remaining students. The others were visibly impressed by what Naruto just said, but they responded to their teacher's question with a nod. And it prompted Iruka to continue, well then. Then I suppose it was kind of idiotic of me to repeat it numerous times to you all, isn't it? Then, this will be the last time I'll tell you this story. Some minor cheering were heard as most of the students were glad that the story/history times regarding the Yondaime that they already knew about was now over. Now, let's move on to the basics of ninja techniques, starting with the 3 basic classifications. Can anyone tell me the names of the classifications and explain what exactly they are, respectively? It was at noon when the academy's schedule had run its course, allowing the students to go to their respective homes and for the teachers to continue their work. One student in particular didn't bother to gather with a group of his friends to either spend time playing with each other or to go home together in a group. As his classmates walked out of the academy, he opted to walk alone while staying silent the whole way. Naruto was not someone who would actively seek companionship. Though that's not to say that he had never attempted to do so, the active attempts to make friends was prevalent when he was 5, where he was bent to try to blend into a group and become one of them. But after finding out his symptoms, he decided that it would be better to draw away from them. At least for a little while. Because even in a world where the youngest of Konoha's Anbu was of 11 years of age, his ability would put him far above his peers at the academy with breathtaking ease. He knew his limit. The amount of power that his muscles could exert, the range of his sight and hearing, the strength of his heart, the thought process of his brain. All of them and more of his body's capability could be considered as something extraordinary in the eyes of shinobis. Let alone civilians. Case in point, his ability to absorb information and remember them with nigh-perfect clarity. Eidetic memory. At least that's the name of his capability to remember almost everything that he had experienced with nigh-perfect clarity. And he could also instantly recall a particular memory without any specific external or internal stimulus. The farthest memory that he could dig up from the recess of his mind was the memory of seeing a woman with red hair and purple eyes, smiling as she made an eye contact with him and spoke something that he didn't really understand. Before that, there was nothing else that he could remember, and he had deduced that it was because there was nothing to remember. He had deduced that it was because that woman was there the moment of his birth. And before that, there was only moments where he was inside his mother's womb, which he could not remember. Perhaps it was for the better too. This ability frightened him when he realized that none of his friends could remember that far back. The farthest that most of them were able to remember was when they were 4 years old. Some could remember to the events that happened when they were 3, but the numbers of those who could were few. However, this ability was just the first of many others that he would come to realize, and those abilities would allow him to make an informed decision as to how he should act. Hey, Naruto. Hearing the voice of someone calling him, Naruto turned to the one who did, and he saw one Inuzuka Kiba, walking towards him with a smirk. Hey, wanna come with me and my friends? We're going to play in the park. Naruto smiled as he responded to the young Inuzuka's question. Sorry. I prefer to go home. Ah. Kiba said, looking somewhat bummed by his answers, but expected it from him nonetheless. Well, alright then. By the way, my mom said hi, and she also said that you better take good care of your dog. Naruto nodded. I will. Thank you for allowing me to take one from your kennel too, by the way. Hey, the poor guy's been in a rut for the past few months until you came along. If anything, we should thank you. Kiba said before he walked away. Anyway, take care of yourself, man. Kiba Inuzuka was a friend of his. One of the few that became that way not because of Naruto's attempts, but because of his own willingness. Brash, loud, motor-mouthed, and obnoxious at times, Inuzuka Kiba was something that Naruto was clearly not. But despite, or perhaps because of that, Naruto could find within him a friend that he could relate to. Their first meeting was not what one would call as a memorable one. Mostly it was just Kiba greeting him and Naruto responding back, but without any follow-up or a conversation that usually come after such meetings. But over time, they grew closer, due to the fact that Kiba's mother had taken a liking to visiting his house and talking with his mother. And sometimes, she brought Kiba along with her, and so the two of them became friends. Despite their difference in personality. However, despite their friendship, there were some things that even he wasn't privy to. As Naruto walked towards the opposite direction, he placed his hand to the pockets of his pants and silently tilted his head down. A posture that he had grown accustomed to because of how meek and submissive it seemed. Normally, this posture would attract a horde of unique student cliques called bullies, but due to his height and the unintentional sheer intensity of his gaze, no one of his age would even dare to try to intimidate him. Not to mention that he's become accustomed to the posture due to the fact that it also made most people draw themselves away from him. Which was the initial intention. And as he walked, he noticed that most people passed him by without even glancing back at him. Naruto smiled contently as he's retracing his exact steps in walking towards the school to reach his house. I'm home. Naruto announced from the entrance as he entered his house. Welcome home, Naruto. His mother said from the living room, located quite a few yards away from the entrance, close enough for him to hear what she's saying. How was school today? It was quite good. Nothing out of the ordinary though. He replied as he took off his sandals. He walked towards the living room and found that his mother, Taji Kanzaki, turned out to be in the kitchen adjacent to the living room, without any cover from a concrete wall. She wore a simple white-colored, long-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of beige-colored trousers. She had also let her hair grow over the years, and now, she styled it into a side play that she positioned on her right shoulder. Really? Nothing special from, say, Satsuki. Naruto sighed before he chuckled and shook his head. Mom, come on. Stop trying to hook me up with her, we're only 8 years old. Oh, but we know how different you two really are. Taji said as she returned to preparing meal. You two are far more mature than most kids your age. And every time you two are together, both of you are quite hard to be separated from each other. That was 2 years ago, Mom. Things changed, Naruto said sheepishly. Taji looked at Naruto and smiled rather solemnly. Naruto. Just because you have these abilities doesn't mean that you have to hide them and draw yourself away from other people. You know Satsuki's brother Itachi, very smart and talented, and he never hid it from anyone. It's different, Mom. I need to experience normalcy. At least until I've got this whole abilities of mine down to the last detail. Said Naruto, I just can't be like Itachi. And even for me, his thought process is hard to understand. Well, he is quite a mystery. Even Makoto-san aren't quite sure what to think of him. Taji remarked, remembering that the boy's mother had lamented that fact several times whenever she visited her and Naruto. Makoto Uchiha was different from the other members of her clan. When Taji began her new life in raising Naruto, she was one of the very first who came and offer help in any way possible. As such, it was to no surprise that Satsuki had grown close with Naruto. Mostly it was due to the fact that she had always been brought along with Makoto anytime she visited Taji and Naruto. The two children's relationship was akin to a friendship between two best friends. However, as of late, because Naruto had been intentionally letting a bit of distance to grow between themselves and Satsuki having new friends to interact with, they hadn't been as in touch as they were before. But nevertheless, Makoto still took time to visit, though Naruto hadn't had the courtesy of being told as to why exactly she always took some time to check on him and his mother. He nevertheless appreciated it, and Taji shared his gratitude as well. More so with Taji, due to having the support of Kushina's friend, who approved and helped her in taking care of Naruto. She had seen the boy growing up so fast, frighteningly fast, but then again, she had a suspicion that it might be because of his unique symptoms. It made her feel the warm and fuzzy feeling in the place where her heart was. Taji had grown to care and love him as how a mother should. And he grew to be such an independent and capable young man that would make any parents proud. She had heard about how other parents in the academy said about Naruto. Of how he's calm, collected, mature, and cast an image of a brooding, thinker teenager instead of a precocious, intelligent adolescent that he really was. Kind of like his father when he was young. That sentence always brought a smile to Taji's face. A smile that could be seen as both a happy one and a sad one at the same time. A smile that she's having as of this moment, as she said to Naruto, but never mind that. I've fed Aomaru for you. The poor dog's sleeping right now. Naruto's expression turned morose as he asked his mother, how is he by the way? Taji sighed as she said, he's eating well, that's for certain. But I'm afraid that his condition isn't getting better. Aomaru. It was the name of the sickly dog that Naruto had taken from the Inuzuka's kennel. Sickly since birth, it was said by Sume, Kiba's mother, that the pup that was born as an albino wouldn't live for long, his body didn't develop well and that his life expectancy was just 2 months at best. And it has now been 3 months since Naruto took him. Despite the pup's sickness however, he seemed livelier whenever Naruto took some time to play with or just to be beside him. Before his condition became worse over the last few weeks, Aomaru had always responded well to Naruto and Taji. But now it seemed that he could no longer do those things. Naruto sighed as he wordlessly walked towards where the dog was located within the house. Taji watched her son walking with a sad feeling in her heart. She knew that Naruto always had this intrinsic need to help those who cannot help themselves. It was the main reason as to why he insisted on taking the dog home. Even when Sume tried to discourage him, he remained adamant in his decision to try and help the dog. Even if I can't help him, then at least I can give him a proper home to stay in for these few months. Give him some degree of happiness, you know. She had shared a similar expression with Sume when they heard what he said. The boy had a heart of gold, so to speak, and as mothers, seeing such a young child speak with such conviction like that was nothing short of bliss. So Sume had given the pup due to Naruto's reason for taking him, and she had also said that even if the pup were to die in the end of these next few months, it won't be because of his fault. It'll be because it's his time. Sometimes, there are things that just can't be fixed. And the best thing we can do is to move on with our lives. Taji thought about what she had said to Naruto at that particular time. After more than 20 minutes of waiting filled with silence, Taji decided to see what had transpired and went towards the room where Naruto had gone into. And seeing him casting his head down, along with a seemingly unresponsive body of the little pup right in front of him, Taji knew immediately that Naruto had felt something. Something that he noticed about Aomaru, something that only he could know. Quote. I can't hear his heartbeat anymore, Mom. The first time losing someone that you really care about really hits hard to home. Experiencing this for the first time ever since he could remember was something that was both valuable and poignant. Naruto understood that sometimes, life was kind to some but not to others. And that sometimes, there are things that just could not be prevented. But maybe I could have prevented it. Naruto thought as he looked over the grave that Aomaru had been buried on, completely made out of his own physical effort. Maybe. I just haven't figured that particular thing out in time. Revivification. It was Naruto's wish when he took Aomaru in, that the ability to revive him would come up during the time he took the pup into his care, and that he would be able to heal him of his afflictions. However, it never came. In lieu of the power that he wanted, he instead got increased power levels of his previous ones. He's not complaining, he's kind of glad that he's capable of more now. Kind of gleeful even, with the sheer possibility that he could do at the current moment, along with the fact that he could still get stronger. But with all these abilities, not one of them can't get me what I wanted. Naruto thought before he sighed. Well, this just further cements the fact that it doesn't really work that way. So I guess it wasn't a total loss. Shaking his head to make the sadness go away, he then looked over his surroundings. The rolling green hills was the place that he had chosen as the location of Aomaru's burial. This place was not Hai no Kuni, which was packed with forests instead of meadows such as this. It was a beautiful place that he had found when he discovered and subsequently mastered his ability to conquer the air like a bird. Flight. Wingless flight, without any visible means that allowed him to stay suspended in the air or to move around so dexterously as if it were a natural thing for a human to do. This place was located in the far-off land southeast of Elemental Nations. The land itself was a medium-sized archipelago, mainly consisted of two large body of islands amidst a greater number of smaller islands surrounding them. And these landscapes were something that could be said as the island's trademark. The beauty of nature that felt a little bit different besides the forests and the oceans. Naruto smiled as he took a whiff of the air. The smell of the grassland was quite a bliss. It could calm him as much as the breeze of the wind coming from the ocean could soothe him. He took one last look over Aomaru's grave and said, "Goodbye. You've been a good dog." Afterwards, he turned his head upwards and with a simple jump, he shot off into the sky towards his house in Konoha, Hai no Kuni. Thousands of miles apart. The things that he could do. Even an experienced shinobi with an impressive set of skills of his own would find Naruto as someone that could be appropriately called with the adjective, super. That is, if that shinobi were to see his ability. The people who knew about this besides himself were his mother, Taji, and the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The latter found out when Naruto deliberately showed it to him on his mother's behest. Hiruzen was quite intrigued and took him to the nearest training field. On his orders, 8 dummies made out of wood were placed, forming a circle. With only the Hokage and his mother as the observers, Naruto showed his prowess. The maximum speed that he could achieve by moving on the ground was almost as fast as the maximum speed that he could achieve in the air. Whenever he exerted himself to his limit, his speed allowed him to break the sound barrier in 1 second. However, that was just the acceleration part, because he did not know how fast he could really go as of yet. So when he's standing on the middle of the circle, he took a look at one of the dummies before charging with as much speed as he could muster, creating a slight booming noise due to the sudden displacement of air. He planted his fist on the torso of the first dummy, obliterating it in the process due to his strength allowing his fist to bust through the 1-foot-wide wood. Then with a swift movement to his right, he did the same with the second one, destroying to splinters with only a punch. Then the third, then the fourth, then the fifth, and it went on until he reached the 8th one, which he decided to destroy by flying through it with a speed that exceeded his running one, and staying afloat afterwards out of childish glee and the desire to show off slightly. While in retrospect he agreed that it was quite arrogant of him, Naruto had to admit that the sight of the third Hokage's expression that was filled with shock and befuddlement was quite entertaining. It helps that it was his first time showing his power to somebody else besides his mother. Hiruzen then asked him why he had kept this side of him a secret. He knew about how he's always keeping himself at mediocre level during class, and how he never really stood out, not counting his advanced physical maturity compared to the other kids. The answer was the need for normalcy. He explained that Itachi Uchiha, Satsuki's brother, was a prime example of a child prodigy, but due to that, he's always alone. Rarely could one see him doing what a normal teenager would usually do. To him, it was always work work work. Even his own mother felt that her son was slightly estranged from his own family. Naruto knew how powerful he was, and as such, he didn't feel any need to show it unless necessary. Holding himself back was an exercise in control. He had an intrinsic need to be a better man, and a better man would only use his power when the situation called for it to be used. He could still recall the proud smile of the man that could be said as his surrogate grandfather, but behind it, he could see that he still wished Naruto to be more than what he had shown to others, to show them this power that he has. All he could give was a promise. A promise that he would show this to the world sometime in the future. And that seemed to be enough for the old man. The old man entered his life when he reached the age of 6, when he first entered the academy and subsequently treated him as if he were his own grandchild. Such treatment confused him at first. When he asked for an explanation as to why the old Hokage acted like so, he answered, "I have helped your mother in taking care of you. Giving her the money that she needed to sustain your livelihood and so on." "Really?" "Yes. She works directly for me, didn't you know?" He didn't know. He knew that his mother worked at the Konoha hospital as the head nurse, but he had never expected her to also work under the direct orders of the Hokage. But knowing that she's an ex-Anbu as well, Naruto rationalized that it must be something else regarding something of political importance in some way or form. Having her work as an Anbu written on her resume must have helped a lot. Naruto found in Hiruzen a friendly grandfather figure, one that sought for his well-being and happiness. He had his quirks, but then again, who doesn't have at least one? He asked rhetorically. After nearly 2.5 hours of traveling through the sky with him taking his time flying at a rather leisurely pace all the way from the archipelago to the elemental countries, Naruto found himself back in Konoha. A few hundred meters above the village, to be exact. After a long flight, he always took time to observe the activity of the village before he would even think to land. There were 2 reasons. 1, it allowed him to look the spot where he had the least probability in being seen by someone. And 2, it felt kind of refreshing, seeing something from an angle that no normal person would be able to reach. Considering that he left the village before the sun was even beginning to show up from the east, it was no surprise that the villagers would begin their respective activities by the time he came back. But as always, there's always a spot where he could land without being noticed. This time, it was a clear area surrounded by some trees and bushes nearby the Uchiha district. When he landed, he took a moment to look at his surroundings, and when he deemed it safe enough to go out, he left. Only, he didn't count to see the youngest of Makoto's children right in front of him when he walked out, spending the morning time jogging. Satsuki Uchiha was her name. The one and only daughter of Makoto Uchiha, Itachi's little sister. There was a time when she and Naruto were quite close, mostly due to the fact that she was once very eager to befriend him and he reciprocated the feeling. But that time had long passed since, and as she got new friends when she and him entered the academy, her friendship with Naruto waned over time. Though they're still keeping in touch, they weren't as close as before. So he turned away from Satsuki and walked away quietly. But he didn't expect her to come to him after just several steps. She went so far as to touch his shoulder and say, "Naruto." He turned to look at his friend, standing just a few inches shorter than himself, making her one of the tallest students of his age in the academy. Her long black hair was styled into a ponytail, and she wore a simple black shirt with white shorts. It took Naruto a few moments before he could form a reply, "Hey Satsuki." She huffed before she said, "I saw you just walking opposite of my direction after seeing me. Is that what friends do when they see each other? Walk away from them?" she said in a rhetorical manner. "No, of course not. Sorry, it's just that you were busy doing your own thing, I don't want to interrupt," Naruto said as an excuse. "Don't worry about that, I was about to finish jogging anyway," she said as she wiped some sweat from her forehead. "So how have you been?" I heard that Aomaru died yesterday. Yeah, he did. Naruto said as he nodded, it was just his time. There's nothing that could change that. Satsuki knew the reason why Naruto took the pup. Always the good-hearted person that he was, he brought him to his house so that the pup could have an owner that would take care of him during the last few months of his life. It worked, if she had to say it herself. The pup was happy before his timely death. She even played with the little thing once or twice whenever she came to Naruto's house. Are you okay? She asked Naruto, knowing that it might have hit him quite hard. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Naruto said to assure her, it'll pass. By the way, how have you been? I heard things don't exactly go well with your brother. Satsuki sighed as she said, he's getting harder for us to understand. She began, ever since Shisui-san's death, Itachi-ni has been looked at with suspicion by the whole clan. But he's getting more and more distant from the rest of us, and it doesn't help matters. The only people that he's even talkative to are my family. But even dad doesn't have the same sentiment that he used to have for him now. Shisui. Wasn't he Itachi's teammate? You told me that once, I think. Naruto said, you told me that he killed himself. But why does it seem that your clan believed that he has something to do with his death? Satsuki sighed as she said, even before then, Itachi-ni's been acting odd. I just don't know what's wrong with him. Naruto knew Satsuki is an extroverted, caring, and most of all, a very perceptive person. Perhaps almost as perceptive as he is despite his few lapses in judgment. She knew that her brother had to have a reason for acting so distant and aloof over the past year. But what it was remained elusive to her. But, if she were to assume, she thought that it had something to do with the clan as a whole. There was a time where Satsuki would only see warmth and care from her brother's eyes, but recently, all that she could see was cold apathy. It hurts for her to see his eyes that way, and it hurts even more when she remembered that he wasn't always that way, but changed due to some circumstances that she had yet to know. And she wasn't sure she would like the reason if she happened to know. Do you suspect that there's something sinister abounds? Asked Naruto with a tone that indicated it was meant as a joke. It made Satsuki smile a little, but he could see that she's still somewhat disturbed about her brother's attitude. I hope not. My family's is beginning to divide as it is, there's no need for a larger conspiracy to take place behind everything. Naruto touched her shoulder and squeezed it slightly, holding himself back to not accidentally hurt her. I wish the best for your family, Satsuki. I hope this will just become something that we can look back in the future and smile about. You know what they say about it's always the darkest before the dawn. She smiled gratefully as she grasped the hand touching her shoulder. Thanks. Naruto nodded before she pat her in the back. Take care of yourself, Satsuki. Before he began to walk away. After a few feet apart, she called him again, hey. Turning his head towards her, he said, yeah. You know, we should meet again. What do you say we meet here again at about 1 o'clock? We could just play around the village like we used to if you want. He was about to refuse, to follow the unspoken rule about maintaining a safe distance from other people. But out on a whim, he decided to agree with the request. Sure, why not? He rhetorically asked. Her smile widened as she said, great. I'll see you then. And with that, she turned and walked away. And Naruto noticed that she's walking with a slightly apparent jaunt in her steps. Arriving back at his house, Naruto announced, I'm home. To which, Taji replied, welcome back. I'm making breakfast for both of us. She said from the kitchen, did you bury Aomaru like you told me yesterday? Yeah. Naruto replied as he entered the living room, he's in a good resting place now. Don't know if anyone else could get there by themselves without my help though. He said after a second of contemplation. Taji smiled as she replied with, well, you can always carry them, right? Naruto smiled sheepishly as he nodded, yeah, I guess I can. He admitted, knowing that his mother's referring to his extraordinary strength. Listen mom, I'm going to be with Satsuki later, okay? At this, Taji perked up. Oh. What brought this up? She asked, interested in how he suddenly decided to connect with his friend again after distancing himself from her for quite some time. She asked me. Naruto said as he shrugged and walked towards the kitchen. Should I have said no? Maybe. But, I don't know, I felt that I should accept it instead of doing the opposite. He answered rather succinctly. Taji smiled at that. Maybe it's because deep down, you feel like you need to accept. For the sake of your friendship. She assumed. Arriving at the kitchen, Taji saw Naruto smiling as well, maybe. He conceded, thinking that there might be some truth to that notion. So what are we making today, Mom? We are making omelets. Just go sit at the chair, it'll be done in a minute. I'll make my own. Naruto said as he took some of the key ingredients for the dish. You already taught me how to make this, Mom. The least I could do is to make it myself so that you won't be too burdened. Taji sighed as she procured a wistful smile. She rubbed Naruto's hair and said, it's not a burden to do anything for you, Naruto. You're my son. Nothing about you is a burden. She then tapped her shoulder before grasping it, but thank you for that. For thinking about helping when you can lend a hand. Never change that part of you, Naruto. You hear me? Naruto nodded in affirmation and answered, I will, Mom. Taji then returned to what she was doing and said, well then. Let us make ourselves some breakfast, shall we? Satsuki was anxious. Though it's still a couple of hours apart until the appointed time that they've agreed on, she still felt somewhat agitated. It was as if the clock just couldn't be fast enough to her liking. You seem troubled. Hearing her father's voice, Satsuki was brought out of her reverie and made her say, oh. It's nothing, father, I was just a bit distracted. She explained. Was all that he said before he returned to what he was doing, mainly to continue eating his breakfast. Currently, Satsuki and her family, sans her brother, was gathered at the dining table to eat breakfast. It was a traditional breakfast, with rices and miso soups, grilled fishes and the likes, somewhat unsurprising for a clan such as the Uchiha to have this kind of breakfast as being one of the so-called high-class clans in Konoha along with the Hyuga, with whom they shared their prickly, self-righteous attitude. Her mother was sitting in the chair located right in front of her seat, while her father is seated on the upper center part of the table, showing his role as the head of the family. Fugaku was the aloof, distant father who only wanted, or to be more exact, expected his children to be the best in everything while couldn't less care to what they actually want. While in contrast, Makoto, the woman whom Satsuki got her look from, was the warm, loving, though sometimes, a somewhat strict, mother with whom Satsuki can share her thoughts and feelings too. To add, she's also quite perceptive, and so she could see that her daughter looked as if her mind was being preoccupied by something. Knowing Fugaku's aloof attitude, however, Makoto assumed that whatever she's thinking about, it's not something that could be shared with her father. So she opted to wait, thinking that perhaps she would be more compliant with her mother. Thank you for the meal. Satsuki said as she clasped her hand together. Shortly afterwards, she stood up and left the dining table and walked towards the house's garden. She felt the need to burn off the nervousness and agitation by exerting herself physically. Meaning, she went to the garden to practice her combat skill. She began with 2 roundhouse kicks performed consecutively with each of her 2 legs, followed by a couple of punches and then went back to performing kicks again. So focused she was on what she was doing, she barely heard the sound of someone's footsteps approaching until the person said, "You're really nervous, Satsuki." Satsuki stopped and turned towards the sound of her mother's voice, and she found her looking at her with a degree of interest and amusement. What do you mean? I'm not nervous. Satsuki replied, rather abashed by the fact that her mother could see through her. When Satsuki continued practicing her techniques again, Makoto chuckled, "Oh come now, Satsuki. You always do this routine whenever you feel like something's bothering you. It's clear that you're agitated by something. Would you like to tell me what it is?" Satsuki performed a few quick kicks and punches before she answered, "It's nothing, Mom." Really? Liar. Makoto said with a wry smile, amused by her daughter's reaction. Come on, you can tell me, can't you? After a moment, Satsuki sighed before she decided to answer what's making her agitated. I'm meeting Naruto this afternoon, she said without making an eye contact with Makoto. Makoto raised her eyebrows, and a moment later, she procured a wide smile. Oh. Well, now I know why you're reluctant to talk about it in front of your father, she remarked. When she first heard that Naruto, Kushina's son, was going to be given to Kanzaki Taji to be taken care of, Makoto was quite shocked. Mostly due to the fact that Kushina had told her about the son's godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin, and therefore, she had thought that Naruto would be cared for by him instead of somebody else. Though she was willing, the policy of her clan didn't exactly allow her to do so. But being Kushina's friend, she felt the need to ensure that Naruto was in good hands, so she came to Taji's residence to evaluate her. And judging by what she had seen, her capability to nurse Naruto and her genuine willingness to become a parent to Naruto, Makoto felt that Taji could be trusted. But Makoto had said to her that she would give help whenever necessary, and all that Taji needed to do was to ask. She had made it clear to Taji that Naruto was as important to her as her friend once was. After all, with Kushina's death, the boy's remaining blood relatives were next to none, what with the Uzumaki clan scattered, presumably long gone, and Uzushiogakure from which they hailed destroyed and flattened to the ground by invaders. The boy was the last of his kind, something that he didn't know as of yet. Perhaps for the better, as despite his shocking precocious maturity, such a thing was not something that he's prepared yet. At least, that's what she thought. His maturity was something that was also shared by someone of his age, namely, her daughter, Satsuki. Though not to the same degree, she could be said as his equivalent in his capability to think beyond the limit of an 8-year-old child. Which was the reason why she immediately warmed up to him when they first met. It helped that it was a friendly first meeting where she and him ended up playing around the village from noon until sunset. Though Makoto was happy that her daughter and Kushina's son got along together just fine, Fugaku wasn't very fond of Naruto, saying that she's better be focusing on improving her academic rank instead of playing around with boys. Makoto assured Satsuki that her father was an overprotective kind. That he would be somewhat judgmental if it's concerning boys who are close to her. So Satsuki, after knowing the reason why her father seemed to hate Naruto, decided to not talk too much about the you-know-who in question, which would explain why she lied about not being nervous. After all, due to her father encouraging her to find more friends other than Naruto, they weren't as close as they were before. There were many offers that she made before this one, but all of them were rejected. He did it politely, but it didn't lessen the pain caused by the rejection. Yeah, Satsuki said as she stopped practicing her moves altogether. Please don't tell father. She half pleaded, half asked. I won't. Makoto said with a smile. What are you two planning to do this afternoon by the way? She asked Satsuki. Quote. We'll just play around the village. You know, like we used to. Satsuki answered as she placed her hand on her hip. Nothing really complex, just the two of us, running around the village, talking about stuff, making up games, things like that. I see. Said Makoto, have you thought about what you're going to tell your father? She asked her daughter next. I'm going to tell him that I'm gonna hang out with my friends. Satsuki said, but not very detailed for him to check on some things, like who they are, where we're going. She explained further. Quote. Just don't take too long, okay? Your father could get suspicious. I know the drill, Mom. Satsuki said with a smirk. Don't worry, I don't think we will be taking too much time. It was at precisely 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and Naruto had been standing outside of the gates leading to the Uchiha district for about 20 minutes, waiting for Satsuki to come. Currently, Naruto was leaning his back against the wall and folded his arms, patiently waiting as some members of the Uchiha clan passed by him without even spending a glance. No needless, overblown attention of the people directed at him. Just the way he liked it. Though there were some who noticed, most of them young girls, who saw him then they either waved at him or abruptly leave the area as if they forgot something. Interesting, he thought to himself. After a while, Satsuki finally arrived from the district. She looked left and right before finding Naruto leaning against the wall. Hey. She greeted with a smile. Hey. Naruto replied back, seeing Satsuki wearing a different set of clothing, a blue short-sleeved shirt, a pair of training pants and a pair of sandals. Feeling that he needed to say something, he said, you look like you're anxious about something. With the sweats trailing down from her forehead to her chin, one would be forgiven for thinking that she had been spending the last few minutes jogging. What? No way, I'm fine. she said as she waved her hand dismissively. She couldn't tell him that she had spent the last 40 minutes practicing her combat moves just to burn off the nervousness. Just fine. Yeah. Anyway, ready to go? She asked him. Naruto nodded as he put his hands on the pockets of his pants and dispatching himself from the wall. Yeah. Let's go. Then, as the two of them began to walk side by side, Naruto said, by the way, where do you want to go today? Oh, for now. Let's just walk around the village, then we'll find something specific to do. She said before she grinned, but don't worry, I've got some things that I'd like to try. Seeing her mischievous expression, Naruto couldn't help but to feel apprehensive and curious at the same time. And he found himself looking forward to what she would do despite his initial hesitance on agreeing to her request. This day might turn to be an interesting one after all. Okay, this might be a little overboard. Naruto thought before he turned to his partner in crime and said, do we really want the whole Chunin guard to chase us? It'll be an incentive for him to work harder. Satsuki replied with a smirk, sleeping on duty is not acceptable as Itachi would say. But he's an Anbu captain, this guy is a Chunin, one of the members of your clan's military police even, I think it's a bit different. Oh, let's worry over that later and just do this, shall we? Naruto sighed before he relented, alright. Come back here, you little rascals. Despite what they did, Naruto found himself smiling as he and Satsuki ran away from the then sleeping Chunin whose face they had powdered and painted with black ink to resemble a kabuki mask. This is quite fun, Naruto said as he turned to the grinning girl beside him. See, what did I tell you? She asked rhetorically. So what other dastardly plans have you concocted? Naruto asked with a slight jesting tone of voice, somewhat anticipating what they would do next. Get them. They went that way. Grr. When I get my hands on them I'll kill them. Where did they go? How the hell did we lose them? Get the two troublemakers. We can't let them go unpunished. You are seriously becoming a bad influence on me, said Naruto the girl in front of him with a smirk on his face. The sun had already set long before Naruto and Satsuki could be found walking back towards the Uchiha district of Konoha, both of them smiling like a couple of loonies in love, which was what a cynical person would say. Seeing her smiling was quite refreshing, to say the very least. After spending their time walking around the village, doing things such as exploring areas that they shouldn't be able to enter, escaping the Chunins whom they have pranked, and perform acrobatic stunt in the rooftops. All of it were Satsuki's idea. And she also suggested that they wear masks that hide their hair and face with a pair of masks and long pieces of cloths along with slightly changing their voice so that they won't be recognized if they're able to escape. Since when did you turn into a prankster? Asked Naruto, both amused and bewildered. Oh, that was just a bit of a harmless fun. Giving a little of that here and there doesn't instantly turn me into a prankster, you know. Satsuki said with a wry smile. Still, you really surprised me there. I thought that we'll just play around with the others and then eat some dango or takoyaki. But your way is fun too. Naruto remarked, not really a really usual way of passing time, but it works. He said with a wide grin. I knew you had a mischievous side to you, Naruto. Satsuki said, responding to his grin with one of her own. I mean, the way you taunt that one Chunin, how embarrassing. For an adult guy like you to fail in catching a pair of kids. You should be training for Chunin exam again. The last one might have been a flunk. That one kind of surprised me. The blonde boy rubbed the back of his head in slight embarrassment. Maybe it was because he had been in the heat of the moment, but pranking people had really brought out the playful but somewhat mean side of himself. I still think that was unnecessary. He did end up pushing himself to exhaustion in trying to catch us. Don't worry about it. It's all in good fun. Satsuki assured him. As they found themselves in front of the gate leading to the district where her clan dwelled, Satsuki was suddenly reminded of the fact that she had been with Naruto for quite a long time. Oh no. This is bad, she thought. Naruto saw Satsuki's expression changing from gleefully smiling to one filled with fear, judging by the shrinking of the pupils, the progressively paler skin tone, and slight sweat trailing down from her forehead. Is something wrong? He asked her. Oh, it's, she trailed off, as if unsure as to what she should say. A lie was the most viable option, but it was no longer one when Naruto said, quote, "It's not because we've been playing for hours on end until nightfall, is it?" Naruto said. Damn, I forgot about his keen mind at times like this, she thought, somewhat. Yeah, she answered hesitantly. Your parents set a curfew for you? He asked, and when Satsuki nodded, he sighed, well. Is there anything I can do to help? I could try coming with you to explain things to your parents. No, that. She was about to reject, but Naruto wouldn't have any of it. I'll come and help you. Explain things to your parents. And if it doesn't work, well, at least your parents would have two people to yell at. He said with a wry smile. Always the noble knight. So quickly he rebuffed her rejection so that he could help her in some way or form. It made her smile a little, but she then said, what about your mother? Won't she be worried? Compared to my mom, your father is a lot more strict. I think he's not going to be very lenient. Naruto said, more reason for me to go with you. After all, it isn't completely your fault that you got home so late. Quote. Yeah, she said as she rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. I guess. I was just. After a few seconds without any reply, Naruto asked, was just what? Quote. Nothing. Let's go, yeah. She deflected the question as she entered the Uchiha district, with Naruto following her closely from behind before he moved to her side. I was just hoping that my father could see you in a better image. This would just make it worse, she thought. Still. He's worrying about me. That alone is enough, I suppose. After passing by the houses of many other Uchihas, they finally arrived at Satsuki's parents' house. Quote. This is weird. What? Asked Naruto. My father's not here. He's usually here if I come home late without telling him first. She said, it's just not like him to not do that now. Maybe there's something else going on. Naruto assumed. What do you mean? As a response, Naruto closed his eyes and focused his hearing to the point where he could determine the situation within the house without actually present. He could hear some voices, a male voice with deep, bass voice and a woman's voice, presumably Fugaku and Makoto. But as he focused even more, it was clear that Satsuki's parents were facing someone else within the room that they're occupying. Fugaku was currently berating this person, and... Oh. Naruto opened his eyes and looked towards Satsuki, his face betrayed his worry over her. The person in question saw this, and so she asked him, what's wrong? Quote. You know, it is a little weird that your father's not here. Naruto said instead of answering her question, if I have to guess. It might be because he's currently being occupied by something. Something that might require his full attention. Quote. Maybe. Satsuki agreed after a moment of contemplation, but what? Let's find out. Naruto said as he walked towards the door leading to the interior of the house. However, before he could open it himself, it was opened for him by someone else. Someone that he and she had known for quite a long time now. Itachi Uchiha was his name. Satsuki's older brother, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan who achieved the rank of Anbu captain when others of his age had just spent a year as a fresh genin from the academy. Despite all that he had achieved, however, he was a persona that could not be easily understood. His clan thought of him as a wild card, someone who could not be ascertained in terms of personality. An enigma with extensive talents and abilities whose mind could not be predicted. The Uchiha were both glad and afraid of this individual. Because as much as they were a clan, he was also as much of an anomaly. All that they could do was to hope that their goals and ideals aligned with his. If not, well. Satsuki. Naruto. Said Itachi when his gaze landed upon the two, you two are late, aren't you? He asked without any change in his expression or even a little intonation in his tone of voice. Yeah, we've been playing for quite a while. Answered Naruto instead of Satsuki. I'm here with her to explain to her father that it wasn't her fault that we took too much time playing around. Yes. Father can be quite strict most of the time. Itachi said without any humor in his voice. Why don't you go inside? I am about to leave anyway. Where are you going, Itachi ni? Asked his younger sister. This time, Itachi procured a smile. though it was a rather melancholic smile, and said, "To where I'm needed." He stated it rather simple before he walked away from the house, with Naruto and Satsuki staring at his retreating back. Naruto then grabbed Satsuki's elbow to catch her attention and said, "Come on. We can't keep your parents waiting even more than this." Satsuki noticed that Naruto was a little bit forceful and apprehensive about something that she had yet to know. But she mentally agreed that she needed to explain to her father why she came home so late. After knocking the door, Naruto entered the house, followed closely by Satsuki. "Mom. Dad. Sorry I'm late." After a moment, Makoto came out of the living room. "Welcome home," she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, and her tone of voice was absent of any mirth. Something that did not escape Satsuki's and Naruto's attentions. "Is something wrong?" Satsuki asked. Mikto sighed before she said, "No. Not at all. Come on inside," she said as she urged Satsuki to come. She then looked at Naruto, and this time, she procured a real smile. "So did you two have fun?" she asked him. "We did," Naruto answered. "It was a lot of fun." "Thanks for that by the way, Satsuki." Makoto's daughter nodded as she procured a wide smile. "Ah, it's nothing. I had a lot of fun too, you know," she said rather abashedly for inexplicable reasons. "But you told me that it's not going to be long." Makoto reminded her daughter in a playful tone. "What exactly did you both do, if I may ask?" she asked in a manner similar to teasing. "Nothing much. We were just running around villages, doing things and talking about certain subjects that we both like," Naruto answered. "I'm really sorry for this. We just lost track of time, and it wasn't really Satsuki's fault, it's our fault," Satsuki insisted, feeling that Naruto was about to cast the blame on himself. "Both of us got too carried away, it's not fully his fault." Before Makoto could speak further, Fugaku came out of the living room. He spared a glance to Satsuki and Naruto which lasted a few seconds before he walked away without a word. "Father?" she asked to Fugaku's retreating back, knowing how strange it was for him to not even provide a remark at her lateness. "Mom, what's going on? Is he so mad at me that he doesn't even want to speak to me?" she asked. Makoto touched her daughter's shoulders and said, "No. It's not, he's angry about something else," she said. "It's not about you, Satsuki. Don't worry," she said soothingly as she patted her head. Naruto looked at Makoto and her daughter and couldn't help but to feel a little bit awkward. Mostly due to the fact that he had heard what had transpired in the living room between Fugaku, Makoto and Itachi. He knew that what they had been speaking about was not for her ears to hear. In fact, it was not for his ears either. A simple moment of curiosity had been the cause for this unwanted knowledge that he now kept. There were no reason for him to know that Itachi's relationship with his parents and his clan had gone beyond sour. It had reached the point where even his father, the one who had been treating him more favorably than Satsuki, could no longer trust him, just like his fellow clansmen. Naruto knew that he had to keep this a secret. Even from her. At the very least, until this whole situation is resolved or, at worst, blow out of proportion. He hoped that it would be the former. But either way, he didn't like this one bit. Keeping a secret about himself from other people was one thing. But keeping a secret that a certain person shouldn't know, especially one that had the potential to irrevocably destroy her life, a whole nother story. But if he can't tell her, then maybe. Makoto-san. Naruto said. Yes, Naruto. She asked. May I request a conversation? A private one? He asked formally. The way he asked made Makoto chuckle slightly and Satsuki to arch her eyebrows as she looked at Naruto. What do you want to talk about, Naruto-kun? She asked. Something important. Please. He half asked, half pleaded. Makoto felt as if the boy had something truly important to talk about. His expression showed at least that much. She procured a smile as she said, very well. Satsuki, go to your room, okay? Your father's not mad at you, he's just preoccupied by something right now. If you want to apologize, do it in the morning, okay? All right. Satsuki conceded before she walked towards her room, located on the second floor of the house. After she saw Satsuki had truly left, she turned to Naruto. Now what do you want to talk about, Naruto-kun? Makoto then saw Naruto focusing his sight on the ceiling instead of answering her question. After a moment, he turned to her and said, "Not here, Makoto-san. Maybe we should go outside." Though she ended up complying to his request, Makoto had yet to understand the reason why he asked her to talk in private. He's acting rather strange. I wonder what he wants to talk about. After stopping at a nearby alley, Naruto turned to Makoto. He gazed at her for a while before he turned his head away slightly and muttered, "All right. So, shoot, how should I start this?" Seeing him so confused and worried, Makoto said, "Take your time, Naruto." She assured him with a smile. "No," he quickly said, "it's better if I do this quick," he said with a serious tone, a tone of voice one could rarely hear from a child, if not never. He took a deep breath before he said, "Let's begin with this then. There is a side of me that only few people know about, Makoto-san." Makoto was amused. He was talking as if he were a main character in a mystery novel. Thinking that this was a game of some sort, she decided to play along. "Oh really? Well now, and here I thought I have you all figured out." "I'm serious, Makoto-san," Naruto said, knowing that it was a tease. "Only my mother and the Hokage knows about this. And now I'm going to show it to you as well." "Really? Then by all means," she said, as if challenging him. He then turned his head towards a particular house, and said to Makoto without even looking to her, "That house there. Who does it belong to?" Confused, Makoto then asked, "What do you mean? Please, answer the question, Makoto-san." "Well, that's the house of Yukimura Uchiha, why do you?" A mother of 2 children, 1 boy, 1 girl, the girl's older than the boy. Currently, the children are sleeping in their respective rooms located at the 2nd floor. One near the stairs on the back of the house is occupied by the older sister and one on the front side of the house is occupied by the little brother, while Yukimura-san is making herself a supper. A chizuke, to be exact. And her husband is nowhere to be found within the house. How do you know that? Makoto asked with wide eyes, shocked that the boy knew that Yukimura had 2 children when his interaction with her clan was limited to her and Satsuki along with Itachi some of the time. Not to mention, the details of her house and what she was doing. How the hell could he know that? I have a better eyesight compared to most people, Naruto stated, which was a severe case of understatement, and I have a better hearing too. For example, there's a pair of husband and wife on that house over there who are arguing about. He frowned as he finished with, about whether or not they should proceed with the attempt to coup. The man is all for it, but his wife was reluctant to go along with it. He turned to look at Makoto, who could only gape in shock, but after a second, she said. How do you? Could. I'm different than most people, Makoto-san. Where a kid my age can change their appearance and replace their position with a log or other objects by using hand seals, I can do things that only most people could dream of. Naruto stated. And needless to say, I know about Itachi-san's current standing with his own clan. Your argument a while ago, before Satsuki and I came along. I heard it all. You. Makoto wasn't sure as to what she should say or do. Here, in front of her, was this boy, who knew about the Uchiha clan's plan to overthrow the current government of Konoha, and about Itachi's allegiance, whom Makoto and Fugaku had decided to keep as a secret from their own clan out of their love for their child and risking the coup d'état's failure by not outright killing him. But the shock was due to how he obtained said information. Such powers were unheard of in the world. If it means something, I didn't want to obtain such information at that time. Naruto said. But now that I know. Can I ask just why are you doing this? We felt the need to. We have been belittled and scrutinized by Konoha's government for over 8 years just because of a suspicion. Makoto said, openly confessing, as her expression turned from anger to somber, though if it makes a difference, I no longer believe in the cause. I hate what it has done to our family. She said as she gritted her teeth. While his mind was pondering about the words, belittled, scrutinized, 8 years, and just because of a suspicion, Naruto asked, then why did this? Why not just stop it? Why can't you solve this peacefully? Because I am a part of the minority who couldn't even be brave enough to speak out loud. Makoto said as tears began to form. Though my husband also loves Itachi, he firmly believes that the coup will make things better. But he doesn't know Itachi like I do. He's a sensitive child. Always has been. He hates conflict and violence. And he's intelligent enough to know the repercussions of the coup if it were to really happen. Quote. Which is? Asked Naruto. Quote. War. Things like rebellion would cause instability. And the relations between the countries are at best strained. This coup will give the push needed for a larger scale of conflict to happen again. Makoto explained. I've tried to explain this to Fugaku, but he wouldn't even listen to it. To him, pride always triumphs over reason. Seeing Makoto speaking with so much rancor, directed at her husband no less, was quite shocking to Naruto as she had always been nothing less than a loving, caring woman in his eyes. But then again, he had never seen the private life of Satsuki's family before. And that she was also a kunoichi, which pretty much guaranteed that she would have a side that no one, save for a few close acquaintances, had seen before. Quote. But it's too late to make a difference now. Too late to do anything. All I could do is to wait for the inevitable end of this situation. Makoto said despondently before she looked at Naruto. Is that all you wanted to ask, Naruto-kun? Or was there something else? She asked. Quote. Look, Makoto-san. He began, the reason I asked you to talk privately was because I'm worried for Satsuki. He stated, she has no idea about any of this, am I right? Makoto nodded, yes. She's too young to know any of this. But why does this make you worried for her? Quote. Sooner or later, things will come to a head with your clan and Itachi, won't it? Naruto asked rhetorically, and when that happens, where will she stand? And when it's over, will she be able to live a normal life again? If at all. That's what I'm worried about. Single quote. So he could also see beyond what is visible. Makoto thought, Kushina would have been so proud of you, Naruto-kun. Quote. She will be safe. Don't worry about her, Naruto-kun. She won't become a collateral damage. I will not let her become that. She said vigorously before she sighed and finished with, now, it's getting late. While I'm curious about your power. I think Taji is worried sick, you should go home. Naruto sighed, but before he turned to leave, he said, promise me that Satsuki will be safe. Makoto smiled as she said, I promise. Good. If you can see this as an assurance, when things go from bad to worse, Makoto-san, I'll try and help as best as I could. You have my word on that. Said the young Naruto, best of luck to you. And goodbye. Naruto said before he turned away. And disappeared right before her eyes. His disappearance was followed by a gust of wind and a slight booming noise that indicated a sudden displacement of an object due to its high velocity. Makoto could barely see his movement, with him moving so fast that his movements became a blur to her eyes and all, reminiscent of his father's trademark technique. The Uchiha matriarch couldn't help but to feel slightly impressed by Naruto. The boy's hidden depths were not completely missed by her, but the extent of it was something that she didn't expect. Not only he was precociously intelligent, mature, and noble for a boy of his age, but what he can do. Based on the few that she had seen, it was enough for her to see that Kushina's son was beginning to grow up to be someone whose potential could very well tip the balance of the world. Single quote. Too bad that I might not be able to see him again after this. Inside her room, one Satsuki Uchiha could be found thinking. To be exact, she was trying to deduce what had been going on. Her father's reaction, her mother's saddened, solemn expression, her brother's strange and cryptic behavior, and Naruto's equally strange behavior were the factors that she's adding up and then processed logically to create an assumption that's quite close to the truth. And the closest thing to the truth that she could think of was that her brother and her parents no longer see eye to eye on certain matters. And that Naruto knew about this somehow. Is that why he wanted to talk with mom? She wondered, is it because he knew? But for how long? The thought that Naruto would keep such a secret was something that she couldn't possibly think of, even in her wildest of dreams involving him. No, there's got to be another reason. He won't keep such a secret from me. Or is that why he always seems so distant these days? As numerous presumptions began to fill her head, Satsuki began to feel more and more scared and anxious, as she realized that there was indeed something going on behind the scenes. There was a reason for her family's divide, there was a reason for Itachi's increasing emotional distance between them, there was a reason why her brother was treated with suspicion and harshness by his fellow clansmen. And it was all a part of a great conspiracy. Is it really the reason why? There's something going on that I don't know about and everyone else knows. What exactly is going on here? She thought as she clenched her eyes shut. Numerous questions, and not a single answers that could soothe her. Satsuki felt so afraid, her mind filled with doubt, and in her current situation, she involuntarily did something that she didn't mean to do. Hearing a faint humming noise, she opened her eyes, and when the noise persisted, she turned to look at her hand. And saw that it was covered in partly transparent, purple-colored energy that seemed to fluctuate, unable to take a proper shape, and so it looked somewhat like a plasmic substance that constantly expanded and shrunk every few seconds in a rhythmical manner. Quote. Oh no. No, it's happening again, damn it. She whispered out. There were many reasons why she found physical exertions is a good method to burn off her nervousness. The main reason was to prevent her symptoms from materializing. No one else but herself knew about this symptom of hers. Every time she felt anxious, nervous, anger, basically, bouts of extreme emotions, her body produced the pulses of energy that seemed harmless, but nevertheless freaked her out whenever it materialized. Clenching her fist in her eyes, Satsuki concentrated on forcing her body to quell the energy output, a method that oftentimes worked. And after a few seconds, she managed to stop the constant streams of energy, and the humming noise also stopped, making her significantly calmer. But despite that, Satsuki still felt uneasy at the current problem that's plaguing her family. The presumed conspiracy, looming over her and her family and threatening the life that they had been living for quite a while. I don't like this. Not one bit. Inside the Uchiha district, there was a small pond. This place was the spot where Fugaku usually brought his son when he was younger than now to practice the trademark jutsu of the Uchiha clan, the great fireball technique Gukaku no Jutsu, which was considered as a coming-of-age rite passage for the clan. While Itachi had already passed the rite with flying colors at an early age, Satsuki had yet to master the technique, and therefore, she was not considered as a proper, adult Uchiha. Like many ninjutsu or genjutsu, the great fireball technique could only be performed by performing a set of specific hand seals, and depending on the amount of chakra that one used, the size of the fireball could either be as small as a candle, or big enough to engulf a whole room. Fugaku's daughter had been trying to master the technique ever since her first failed attempt, but to this day, she hadn't been very successful. But there was no reason for her to give up. And that was the reason why she was there now, in the morning after a sleepless night she had spent before. Though it was said that a growing child should not have a short sleep hour time for fear of it stunting the child's growth, Satsuki felt restless due to the fact that she can't stop thinking about the presumed conspiracy within her own family and clan. The more she tried to get her mind off of it and think about something else, her mind would always return to it, senselessly and needlessly making her constantly worried over things that might not be true. It was a psychosis of a sort, one that, unbeknownst to her, was shared by nearly all of the other members of her clan. Something that made their brain wired in a certain way that made them more susceptible to descend into madness if their mind was affected by a scarring mental trauma. To calm her mind, she had always resorted to physical exertions, but due to her being cooped up in her room the whole night without any physical exertions to calm her mind and the constant self-control to not go outside at night out of fear that her father might notice her leaving, she went out at dawn to jog, just like she always used to. The lack of sleep was surprisingly without any detrimental effects to her mind or body. She found that as slightly strange, but something that she didn't have any complaints about. Because it helped maintaining her capability to concentrate. She took a deep breath before she performed the hand seals: horse, tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Keeping the last hand seal, she tilted back and puffed her cheeks before she blew out the air from her mouth. Kaiten, Gukyaku no Jutsu. And then she puffed out a small, red fire that couldn't even fully melt a candle. Just like she always did. Seeing the pathetic fire, Satsuki couldn't help but to feel a little annoyed. She did it right. She also had tried to muster every last bit of her chakra to create the biggest fire that she could make, but why did the fire look so underwhelming? It's always like this. What am I doing wrong? Despite following the procedure down to the very last detail, she could hardly make an impressive flame that would suit the name of the technique. She's quite a stickler for the rules, so she was very frustrated to not be able to perform the technique despite her adherence to the steps that should have allowed her to create a large flame. However, despite of that, there were some exceptions. The amount of chakra that she stored in her body was not the problem, since it was said that she had quite a lot. She had more chakra than the chakra accumulated by 3 average children of her age. So she had assumed that it was not because she didn't have enough chakra, it was because she had a hard time controlling it. But even that couldn't satisfyingly explain why she was unable to perform the technique. So she had an epiphany. She attempted to perform the technique without the hand seals, just the molding of the chakra to give the result she needed. And the result had been. Wordlessly, she turned her head around, as if wanting to know whether someone was nearby or not. When she found that there were none, she then curled her hands into fists, leaned her back slightly and puffed her cheeks while she molded and focused the stream of chakra to her mouth. And this time, when she opened her mouth, a great flame burst out from within, a flame that could engulf the whole pond. A flame that was worthy of the name of Great Fireball Technique. However, the flame was unusual, because it shined with a dark shade of purple. The same shade of purple of that the energy from her symptoms had whenever it occurred. Indicating that her symptoms influenced her chakra somewhat. As the flame died down, she thought. 3 attempts in performing it without hand seals. And 3 successes. That confirms it then, I am different. The moment she figured out that she could perform it without hand seals but created a different looking flame, Satsuki knew that she was indeed different from her friends. She was unique to say the least. And a freak, to say it derogatorily. Before this one attempt, she had performed 2 attempts at a handseal-less Great Fireball Technique, and both of the attempts was successful, but both times, she produced a big purple flame instead of the normal red one. That was when she connected the dots between her symptoms and the strange flame. Along with the fact that her symptoms, while seemingly harmless, affected her in a way that would be impossible to be known if she weren't performing a jutsu or having bouts of uncontrollable, extreme emotions. In a way, she'd always failed whenever she followed the steps word for word, but not when she purposely missed the required hand seals and just focusing on molding her chakra. While the physical difference might only be residing in the color of the flame, there was no telling what her symptoms had done to her body in general. But she knew that emotions, especially the more extreme ones, were the catalyst that triggered her symptoms to materialize. And due to this, she had been, unconsciously, pulling herself away from Naruto. A decision made by the presumption that he would find her condition as strange, freakishly so, to the point where he would draw himself away from her. Though Satsuki realized soon afterwards that it was stupid of her to think like that, by the time she decided to take it back, the damage had already been done. The period in which she drew herself away from him lasted for a week and a half, and getting the message that she had sent and ended up regretting, Naruto reciprocated the gesture with his own. Even though their relationship didn't go sour, by any means, it had become rather strained. And she's hoping that their yesterday's outing with him was good enough start to rebuild what was inadvertently lost. It was stupid of me anyway. Why would I think that he would reject me? He's not like the others. He won't reject me just because of this. The self-assurance made her smile a little, and it somewhat brought back some degree of happiness in replacing the somber mood that she had been having for the past few hours. She then decided to leave the pond as the sun began to fully show up. But not before she looked over her surroundings once again to see that there really was no one there. And after a second or two, she left. Early morning. Naruto always loved this particular time of day. Particularly when he's in Konoha, where the calming scent of the trees and the soft breeze were really brought forth at that time of day. He had woken up for a couple of minutes after a few hours of sleeping following the little conversation she had with one Makoto Uchiha, and now he's standing at the rooftop of the house, looking over the parts of the village that could be seen from the vantage point. Coming home quite late at night, He ended up being lectured by his mother, which he knew was coming, so he had been prepared to take it. After all, he did cause Satsuki to come home late. However, he didn't divulge the little talk between him and Satsuki's mother. He couldn't even think of how to explain to her mother that one of the prominent clans in Konoha was planning to overthrow its current ruling government. All he told her was that he was sorry and that he won't do it again. At least, not without telling her that he would be home late firsthand. And not when he had somebody else with him. Taji knew that Naruto was more than capable of taking care of himself. But if this situation were to happen again to him, he must not let his friends be taken along. Because they also had somebody worrying about them back in their respective homes. You must be responsible for your own safety as much as you must be responsible for the safety of others around you. Especially with what you are capable of, Naruto. Was what she had said to him. If you can be responsible in small things, then anyone, especially me, can trust you with the bigger ones. Can you do that, Naruto? She always knew the right words to say, his mother. Always knew what words would resonate within his very being. But the responsibility for the safety of others also came with a question: what if he's unable to protect everyone? And in the current situation between the Uchiha and Konoha, it's apparent to Naruto that the inevitable end that Makoto had spoken of the night before might be about her inevitable death. Along with the death of the Uchiha clan as a whole. Genocide. A mass murder performed on a particular group of people, usually a group of certain ethnicity. A whole clan could fit into that category as well. And Itachi is also involved in the center of this. But if he's on the side of the opposition, then would he be ordered to kill his whole clan? The thought was somewhat scary. But considering that he's now known by his parents as a mole for the village, Itachi might be ordered by his superiors to quickly take care of his own family and clan. Where would Satsuki, along with those not in the know amongst the Uchiha, stand in this feud? And to the survivors, what would happen after this problem is solved in one way that it can only be solved at the current moment? As he had feared, things were coming to a head with the Uchiha and Konoha's government. What can I do in this situation? Naruto asked himself. He, for the first time in his life, was faced with the knowledge of a great disaster that will occur in the near future. What can he do to prevent this from happening? Can he even prevent it from happening? His very first mission, imposed by himself. And yet he had been set on the course to failure. Naruto sighed, knowing that this will be a next to impossible task to perform. Well, better to try and fail rather than doing nothing at all, I suppose. If he couldn't possibly save everyone, then at least, he will save as much as he possibly can. Satsuki felt as if she was a stranger in a familiar land. With the thought that there was a looming conspiracy behind everything, she felt as if she knew little about her own clan. Her sense of familiarity with most of the clansmen was gone, and it was replaced with suspicion. Though she hid it rather well, she was very worried deep down, due to her lack of knowledge as to what the conspiracy was, other than the fact that it involved Itachi. She shook her head, attempting to at least take that thought off of her mind for the moment. However, she still acknowledged the possible threat that the conspiracy represented if it were indeed as bad as she thought it was. And suffice to say that the overarching feeling of helplessness due to being caught in the middle of something bigger than herself was felt by Satsuki. Succeeding in the attempt to forget the problem for a moment or two, Satsuki found herself back in her house. She said as she entered, "I'm back." "Welcome home, dear," said her mother from the dining room. And then, there was her mother. Naruto had requested a private conversation just the previous night, and something made her think that it was to talk about things that she's not meant to know. So it seemed that she's not the only one hiding things from each other. That is, if her presumption were correct. Which would mean that he's either involved in it, or that he's an outsider who just happened to know it somehow. Entering the dining room, she saw that her father was not present, unlike usual, where he would be sitting in one of the seats at the dining table, brooding over something that just escaped her mind. Her mother was present though, sitting at the spot where Fugaku usually resides. "Mom, where's father?" she asked. "He's not here, Satsuki. He has an important meeting to attend to," Makoto said. Her tone of voice indicated a slight sadness, something that Satsuki didn't miss. "What kind of important meeting, Mom?" Normally, she would have let that be, but now, she felt the need to ask. A meeting between the head of the clan, the elders, and most of our able-bodied men. Makoto answered, they're talking about future prospects that we as a clan could look forward to. Quote. Oh. She immediately stopped, thinking that it made some sense that her father would go to such a meeting. So was yesterday fun? Spending your time with Naruto? Her mother asked afterwards. Satsuki smiled as she said, it was really fun. We just spend the day by having conversations, eating snacks like dango, takoyaki, things like that. It's really pleasant. Makoto couldn't help but find her daughter's smile as the brightest, most beatific-looking smile she had ever seen her having. It's always like this whenever it concerns him, she thought as she smiled. Although, she was aware of the hubbub that occurred yesterday afternoon. About a pair of teenage troublemakers that pranked people left and right who were capable enough to escape most shonen that was tasked to chase them. It wouldn't be a surprise to her if she and Naruto were the troublemakers. After all, they were the only young ones that she could say is brave and skilled enough to pull off that kind of stunt in the first place. But it was said that they didn't hurt anybody. Well, if one can count the bruised pride of the shinobis that failed to capture them as hurting somebody, then one might be allowed to differ, but nevertheless, Makoto allowed her daughter to have a bit of fun with Naruto without any lectures whatsoever. Hey mom. She turned to her daughter when she spoke as if she wanted to ask something. Yes, Satsuki. Quote. What's going on with Itachi ni? She asked with an innocent tone of voice. He's not like his usual self these past few months. Distant. Aloof. Is he in some kind of trouble or something? Makoto knew that this question or its variations would come up someday. But out of all days, why must it be now? After so many days and weeks past noticing it but not mentioning it in any way. The matriarch of the Uchiha clan dreaded the inevitable question. But now, she didn't see any possible way out of the question. So she decided to steel herself. She turned to Satsuki and said, he's grown a bit distant, yes. But I can't blame him, he's a part of Anbu now. A captain even. He thought that it's best for him to be committed to the job. And it's a good thing in a way. Commitment to the job. Such a thing was not unheard of by Satsuki, but she felt that there's something more to it than that, but even with the little free time he had, why wouldn't he spend that time with us? And why is everyone so suspicious of him right now? He's not involved in Shisui-san's death, right? No. Of course not. Makoto said, speaking with as much truth as she possibly could. She knew that Shisui performed a suicide, but due to Itachi being near him at the time, most of the clansmen were suspicious of him being a mole that sought the coup's failure. The ones who didn't know how true their suspicions were was no one else but her and her husband. And like I told you, Itachi really takes his job seriously. You can't blame him for that, okay? He's your brother. At least try to see it from his point of view. She said. Well, Makoto added to herself, just don't try too much. Quote. Alright. I understand. I understand it in a way. Satsuki conceded, it's just. I can't help but think that there's something more to this, you know. All of this were just parts of something much bigger. Though Makoto procured a smile, deep down, she was worried even more for her daughter. Satsuki, are you thinking that there's a conspiracy behind all of this? Quote. Would you believe me if I told you that I am? Quote. Well, I would say that you're very imaginative. Makoto answered with an amused-looking smile. Though her ability to hide her emotions was quite impeccable, she could not suppress the feeling of guilt into oblivion. She could only repress it to a degree, which she hoped that it failed to surface into her facial expression. Satsuki sighed, apparently not noticing her mother's guilt which she hid very well. Right. But what do you think, Mom? About all of this? Makoto inwardly sighed, feeling a bit burdened by the secret that she's carrying. The weight of it was not for Satsuki to know, that's all that matters. She would lie and deceive her, at least, that's what she could do at this point. At the beginning, where Fugaku began the idea to coup, Makoto was one of his staunch followers. But even then, before the clan's pride, her family must always comes first. And as time went on and Itachi began to grow distant due to where his allegiance really was, she no longer thought that the coup was such a good idea. And now, she's paying the price. And there's nothing else that she could do to prevent it. But, perhaps she could try something. Though convincing those who believed in the cause to stand down or convincing the Elder Council of Konoha to broker a peace treaty were no longer viable options, maybe she could do something else instead. She turned to Satsuki and said, I think that you're thinking too much, Satsuki, dear. This problem will go away sooner or later. I promise. She said with a slightly more vibrant smile. This problem won't go away. It will end in the most bloody manner possible. Really, Kiba? You don't think that you're exaggerating it a little bit? It's just a mathematical problem. Naruto said to his friend who had said a hyperbolic statement regarding on his incapability to solve a mathematical problem. Damn it, Naruto, you know how much I hate these things. Kiba said, and what's with you? You look like you're letting your mind wander in anywhere but here. Just having some thoughts, that's all. Naruto said to justify his current attitude of looking like he's paying attention, but actually doing the opposite. What's on your mind anyway? It's gotta be important enough for you to not pay attention. Knowing who Naruto was, Kiba was somewhat interested as to why he's investing his attention into something else entirely. During his previous stunt when he explained why he felt that telling the story of the Yondaime over and over again was redundant, Kiba noticed that he was a bit agitated when Iruka began telling the story. Which was strange, considering that in the early days, he used to like hearing it over and over again, seemingly not bored by the repetition. What made him change, Kiba had wondered. But in the end, like all things that he found as interesting, it's usually thrown back into the recess of his mind once he decided that it wasn't really important for him to ponder deeply. And when Naruto decided to keep his silence, Kiba thought that he might be thinking about something personal. Alright. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine with me. He said as he shrugged. Though it was done in silence, Naruto appreciated the gesture. As his mind was pondering about what he could do at this moment to at least minimize the damage that would occur when things between Konoha, Itachi Uchiha, and his clan came to its inevitable conclusion. He must think about those who wanted the coup to happen, and those who do not want it to happen. Both sides were no longer seen as different now if he were to assume where the Konoha's government current stance really was. If he prevented the killings, there's no guarantee that the coup will be aborted. If he were to let it happen when he could at least do something, he could not forgive himself. He had a thought, that maybe he should just let this happen. This was something much bigger than himself, and he couldn't just interfere as a third party, considering that he didn't have any concrete link to the clan nor to the government. On the latter, considering that he's just a student of the Shinobi Academy, a prospective shinobi, not yet a real one, he couldn't possibly represent the whole government of Konoha. All in all, the best thing that he could do was to stand at the sidelines. Because he held no political power in the scheme of things. This frustrated him. Though he might not show it, Naruto was disturbed by the mere fact that he's unable to do anything worth doing. He had a thought of convincing the Hokage, but if the situation had already gone to worst, then that must mean that either the Hokage was unable to stop it from happening, or he just didn't care. Knowing the old man, it must have been the former, he thought. Did he do the best that he could? There's no way that he's going to let this happen, is he? He let that thought linger before he realized something. Hiruzen Sarutobi was the leader of the village. The decision of this inevitable end of the hidden conflict must be eating him apart, but as a leader, he must have been mentally prepared to face the consequences and the implications of his decision. Naruto clenched his fist and gritted his teeth without baring them. The feeling of helplessness consumed him. All these powers at his beck and call, and what could he possibly do with them in the current situation? Nothing that would make this better. But, maybe I can secure Satsuki's safety. It seemed rather hopeful at best, hopeless at worst. But considering the stake that he's facing, the magnitude of what he's trying to prevent, and the scale of his unimportance within Konoha's ranks, the other options seemed futile. Though her mother had assured him that she would keep Satsuki out of harm's way, Naruto thought that perhaps he could do something to help her in securing her safety. He looked at Satsuki, who noticed this and promptly turned her head away, as if she had been caught doing something inappropriate and wanted to pretend like she did nothing of the sort. Single quote. I have to find a way. But before I do that, I might need to tell someone else about what I'm going to do and why. When the bell rang late in the afternoon and the students of the academy all spread out to wherever they want to go after their study session for the day, Satsuki was surprised to see someone waiting for her at the academy's front gate. Mom! She exclaimed at seeing her mother standing with her arms crossed behind her back. She walked closer to her, and said, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to pick you up," Makoto said. "Why do you look so surprised? I know this is a bit unexpected, but it's not like this is the first time that I'm picking you up, is it?" "Well, no," Satsuki admitted, "it's just that, you didn't mention it beforehand, so I was kind of surprised to see you here." "Well, I've got some time to spend, that's all," Makoto said as she shrugged. "Now, before we go home, would you mind spend some time with me? I want to go shopping, and I thought that since I'm going to go to the grocery store at the same time as when you're going to go home, I thought that I could take you shopping with me." Satsuki smiled as she nodded. "Well, sure, why not?" she rhetorically asked as she shrugged. To an unsuspecting pair of eyes and/or ears, that conversation was nothing more than a mother picking up her daughter to a session of grocery shopping. But to Naruto, who's hiding inside the building but able to hear the conversation from afar, he regarded it with suspicion. Makoto had lied through her teeth about the reason why she's there, and that she's planning something else other than grocery shopping with her daughter. Though she might not have any foul intention, considering how genuine she was in swearing to him that she won't become a collateral damage in this conflict, Naruto still felt that there's something somewhat fishy about her request. What could she possibly want to do with her? He wondered for a moment. But then, he decided that he didn't have time to lose. With a slight gust of wind, Naruto took off running towards the rooftop, spending no less than 6 seconds to get there from the first floor. From the rooftop, he looked down and saw that Makoto and Satsuki were walking towards a particular direction. Naruto felt conflicted. He wanted to follow them from afar, but he also wanted to inform his mother that he would have to come home late to do something that needed his immediate attention, preferably not the whole truth, but something that would make her allow him to follow Satsuki and Makoto. After a moment, Naruto made a decision. Kanzaki Taji could be found relaxing in the living room of her house after she had eaten her lunch, having left a half of the two-person meal for Naruto to eat when he got home if he wanted more food. Which he usually is after his time at the academy. Though she knew that her son didn't exactly require the normal nutrition provided by human food to sustain himself, she knew that Naruto liked to eat food most of the times, just like other people. Whenever he's not on his power-induced state, such as flying or moving at high speeds, it's easy for her to forget that he's a different being compared to herself or to others like her. As a medic nin, Taji had performed some medical examinations on Naruto that didn't require the use of syringes, considering that they had a tendency to break whenever they tried to pierce his skin, and found that his powers came from the chakra output. A shinobi had a unique method in controlling their chakra to perform superhuman feats. The most common method was the hand seals. The hand seals, as its name might suggest, is a set of hand signatures that allowed a shinobi to control and mold their chakra and perform certain genjutsu or ninjutsu. However, what most didn't know and only few did after recent discovery, the hand seals was merely a mnemonic device. It was discovered that the capability to manipulate chakra was something that every person inherently had ever since they were born, but only some could manipulate it to the extent of what a shinobi could do, and the hand seals were nothing more than kinesthetic aids to help them do so. This discovery was made possible due to a certain Anbu with a special power at her beck and call, similar to Naruto. This Anbu's identity was still a secret, but thanks to the Hokage and her connection to Naruto, Taji was made privy of the knowledge of what was recently found. Though not the Anbu's identity. Not even her codename was divulged. The third Hokage assumed that Naruto's powers were the result of his chakra producing different effects that amplified the strengths of his body. But his capability to fly without any visible means to propel and sustain himself in the air suggested that it's also manifesting itself in a way other than enhancing his body strength, speed, stamina, and durability. However, all of this was not the things that matter. To Taji, all that mattered was that now, Naruto's ability had a proper explanation as to why they're there. It didn't matter to her whether or not Naruto was a subspecies of humans that were capable of things that others just can't do and that he's a perfect specimen to be examined thoroughly. He's still her son. Her adopted son, perhaps. But her son nonetheless. And as his mother, he just won't let him be treated as in something valuable with the potential to be experimented on. Hiruzen also agreed with her stance against the idea of using him as an experiment. But he offered a middle ground, which was to have him surveyed on certain times and do some tasks that will allow them to estimate the reason as to why he's able to become this way through chakra and why others, while having what he had, just cannot even try to become like him. He's special, Taji. And if my assumption is correct, he and the Anbu were just the ones that we know. There might be more people like them out there. Taji sighed, remembering her conversation with the Hokage at his office a few days ago. Wondering when would be the right time for her to break this news to him. That he was offered to be examined to check what makes him tick. Not in a way that would make him be treated like a lab rat, but as a patient with curious symptoms. As if that will soften the blow. Taji thought sarcastically. Either way, he would be treated as if he were a freak. An aberrant of nature. While in her opinion, he's just a boy who happened to have unique powers. Her musings were cut off when she heard a slight commotion upstairs. The direction in which the sound came from indicated that it came from Naruto's room. Assuming that Naruto entered the room through the window by flying, Taji walked upstairs to check whether or not her assumption was true. And when he was just about to open the door leading to his room, it was instead opened by him, who did not look surprised by her sudden appearance. Perhaps because he had heard her coming from upstairs. Mom. Hi. He said as a way of greeting. His face betrayed his slight anxiety. However, sorry about barging in through the window, but I have to place my bag fast. I need to get out for a while, and might come home late. Do you mind if I do that? Judging by how fast he's talking, Taji had a suspicion that he's hiding something. And might I ask, why do you have to get out for a while and possibly come home late? What do you have to do, and where? It seems important. She asked as she crossed her arms together. I've a friend that I need to accompany with. Naruto began with a half-lie half-truth statement. But due to him not able to form a proper follow-up, it prompted Taji to say, I see. Why does she or he wanted you to accompany them? And what would you two be doing for you to think that you would be coming late to home? Naruto, after a few moments of silence, sighed as he said, You figured out that I was trying to lie through my teeth, didn't you? Taji smiled wryly. Was it too obvious? She asked, as if challenging him. But then, she asked once more, this time with a more serious tone of voice, You're obviously thinking about doing something that I won't approve, or at least would have a hard time approving. And you're right about that. Naruto answered without missing a beat. But I'm willing to explain. Could you just hear me out? Taji looked at her son's face, and saw nothing but sheer determination and slight pleading behind his expression, especially behind his blue-colored eyes. Whatever he wanted to say must be quite important. She sighed before she conceded, Very well. Tell me from the beginning. And do not. She raised her right index finger to convey a warning. Leave anything out. Understand. I can see that you want to do something that must be very important to you, but tell me everything so that I can make an informed decision. Are we clear, son? She warned rather sternly due to how much she cared about Naruto's well-being. We're clear. Naruto answered with a nod. Good. Now tell me what this is all about. When Fugaku arrived at his house, the first thing he noticed was the lack of any outdoor footwear in the entrance. Indicating that his wife, his daughter, and his son, were not at home. Which was rather strange, considering that at the very least, Satsuki should be home by now. After all, it had been some time after the academy's study session was over. Why do I feel as if there's something amiss? Fugaku then went and checked every nook and cranny in his house, from the living room to the bedroom of his children. He found that the house was truly empty. Though this wouldn't be the first time something like this had happened, Fugaku couldn't help but feel that this time, it was slightly different. The tension in the air was the reason why Fugaku felt that something was very wrong. With what he now know about Itachi, everything seemed to be out to get him. Hell, he had participated the meeting in which his leadership was criticized, to say the very least, due to Itachi's defection was all but officially confirmed, and yet he was unable to perform the most logical thing to maintain the coup, to eliminate every possible threat. Even if said threat were his own son. But he was not that low of a man. His pride for his clan might come first before reason, but his love for his own family must be put above everything else. The only thing was, he knew how distorted his clansmen were. Most of them, if not all, knew the possible repercussion of their coup, and they just could not wait for it to happen. Some of them were even madmen. And Fugaku merely allowed them in the ranks for they were vocal supporters of the coup. But that didn't mean that he didn't acknowledge their madness, he was desperate. And now, Itachi, his eldest child, his only son, was pitted against him. He, while could not be said as mad, vehemently but passively hated the coup and what it stood for. He was distorted as well. Fugaku had seen this. His distortion, or degree of madness, was such that if he got himself a goal that would benefit the greater good, or a goal that would provide peace for a long while, he would do it, no matter how cruel or heinous it was. Itachi had talked about it with him once, and Fugaku had said to him that such a man will go very far to achieve what he wish. How far, only that man alone could tell. Depending on how devoted that man is to his ideals, then there will be no limits for him to cross. Nothing could stop him. Not even his own family. How did it all come to this? All he wanted was for his clan to no longer be treated and suspected as the perpetrator of the Kyuubi incident that killed the Yondaime. Fugaku had a great respect for the man. Hell, they were great friends even, and that was the reason why, during his time as the Hokage, the Uchiha clan was treated with respect and dignity. Not ostracized and belittled by the government, like it was now. If he were not killed so prematurely, then perhaps they could even change the policies that were made by the second Hokage to more accommodable ones for the Uchiha. But he underestimated Itachi's hatred of war and his desire for a peaceful time, his intelligence that allowed him to foresee the probable aftereffects of the coup if it were successful or failed, and his apparent lack of pride of being a part of the Uchiha clan. Unlike most of his clansmen, Itachi regarded the abilities that his clan possessed as tools to be used. Nothing more, nothing less. A pragmatic approach that almost none of the rest of the clan shared. And it was the reason why he was regarded with much suspicion by almost all of his peers. And now, it's only a matter of time until he came back into the district one final time. To finish things, tie up every loose ends. Single quote. I suppose there's not a thing to blame but myself, he lamented, knowing that it all began with pride. His and that of his clansmen. But unlike some of the members of the resistance, his clan pride was second only to his love for his family. And now, his family was in shambles, and his clan was set on a path to ruin. Such was the price of his pride. Quote. Naruto. Do you have any idea what you have discovered? What it entails? Taji asked her son, her face filled with anxiety and fear after hearing what he had found out. I know, Mom. Naruto nodded. Quote. What do you think of all this? Do you think that there's still a viable, peaceful solution? Quote. I don't know. Taji admitted, how long has this been going on? 8 years. Naruto answered, remembering what Makoto said. Taji pondered for a moment, trying to answer, yes, it can be solved peacefully. But then I'm afraid peaceful solution is no longer available. As much as I hate to say that. She said in genuine sadness. I hate to say it as well, Mom. But this time, Makoto-san is planning on doing something to Satsuki. I'm sure it's nothing bad, but I just want to make sure what it is exactly that she's planning to do. You want to be certain that she will be safe. Taji said. Well, yes. Naruto answered. Do you doubt Makoto-san, Naruto? She is Satsuki's mother after all. I'm sure that she has the best intention with whatever she wants to do with Satsuki. Taji said, defending Makoto. I know, I'm worried about her. Seeing him with such devotion and concern over Satsuki, Taji couldn't help but think that Naruto was quite protective of Satsuki. Fiercely protective in fact, if he were worried over Satsuki this much and having some doubts over what Makoto, her own mother, was going to do. Quote. Tell me something, my son. Taji said. Yeah. If I were to say that you must stay here and not follow Makoto and Satsuki from afar, would you try to break out of the house and disobey me? She asked. Naruto looked as if he's been caught red-handed. He sheepishly answered with, well, yeah. She blinked twice before she finally sighed and shook her head. Then why would you bother asking me for permission, Naruto? She said with a smile. Because it's just the right thing to do. Naruto said in a rather innocent manner, I mean, even though I would go with or without your permission, I gotta at least try, right? He asked rhetorically. Taji's smile widened. She patted Naruto's head, raising her arms slightly due to him being almost as tall as her, and said, then in that case, do what you feel necessary. And if there would be a similar situation in the future, Naruto, just remember, I believe that your heart is in the right place. And I will always trust you to do the right thing because of that. Understood. Naruto smiled back and nodded, understood. Taji nodded approvingly and said, good. Good. It had been nearly an hour after she'd picked up her daughter from the academy under the pretense of taking her on a session of grocery shopping. Satsuki seemed oblivious to what she really intended, and hopefully, she didn't notice anything out of the ordinary from her behavior. Makoto was carrying some paper bags containing things that proved to be important in a household, such as the ingredients required for a meal time, new toothpastes, etc., and she and Satsuki were just beginning to walk towards their house. Halfway there, Makoto looked as if she were winded, and rather tiredly, she said to Satsuki, Satsuki, let's sit down for a bit, shall we? I'm a bit tired. Satsuki looked at her mother and said, if those are too heavy, I'll carry it for you, Mom. No, let's just rest. I feel a bit strained anyway. She said as she walked towards the nearby bench and sat, sighing out of relief as she did so. She looked at Satsuki and tapped her hand at the empty spot beside her. Come, sit with me, Satsuki. Satsuki complied after half a second of confusion. She sat beside her mother, whom she noticed was looking at her as if she's observing something worth seeing, such a piece of art or something of the sort. Quote. What? Satsuki asked after Makoto spent more than just 5 seconds of staring at her. Makoto sighed and answered, nothing. My mind is just being preoccupied with something. Quote. Is it about Itachi ni? Satsuki asked. Her mother sighed heavily as she answered, something like that, yes. After extending his hearing range and focusing on Makoto and Satsuki's voice, Naruto finally arrived at the nearest rooftop of a building from which he could get a good angle to look at the mother-daughter pair from afar without being noticed. Of course, the nearest being nearly 200 meters apart. A far enough distance for him to not be noticed by them but him still being able to see and listen to them. Well, let's see how this plays out. Mom. Satsuki began, as if unsure that she wanted to talk what she's going to talk about. What did you and Naruto talk about yesterday night? Makoto saw this one coming from miles away. Metaphorically speaking, he's concerned about you. Makoto began, yes, he's worried that you would get in trouble for coming home late, past the curfew. But I assured him that it would be alright. Satsuki felt as if her mother was telling the truth and the lie at the same time. But she conceded to the fact that it made some sense in a way. I see. He really cares about me that much, does he? She asked rhetorically as a smile was formed on her face. Yes, he does. Makoto said, he really cares about you, Satsuki. To the point where I think it's much more than just friendly concern. She said, her teasing tone was identifiable. Quote. What do you mean? Satsuki asked. The devotion that he showed back then resembled a man's concern over his significant other. Satsuki blushed, and she said with a stutter, why you're exaggerating, Mom. We're just friends, that's all. Makoto smiled and inwardly, she thought, so young. So precocious. How would you react if you know what Naruto's hiding, I wonder? She asked rhetorically. Satsuki then felt her mother's hand grasping her shoulder. Satsuki. Look at me, dear. She did so, and when she met her mother's equally black-colored eyes, she heard her speak. I know that things might be hard right now. But trust me, it will all be over soon. Her tone was both comforting and cryptic at the same time. And this time, Satsuki felt a bit strange, as if she had a built-in alarm system in her body that told her that her own mother was hiding something. Mom, T. Then came the encroaching blackness, and the last, but faint thing that she saw before she was overtaken by unconsciousness was a pair of red eyes with strange-looking pupils that belonged to her mother. Single quote. I'm sorry, Satsuki, but this is for your own good. She comforted her daughter and herself as she turned off the Sharingan. She then carried the unconscious form of her daughter on her back so that her arms would be free to make a hand seal. The things that she had bought with her was left, as they were nothing more than distractions. Makoto was about to perform a shunshin when a sudden gust of wind followed by the sound of something announcing its sudden presence nearby made her turn her head towards it. And there she saw Naruto, who seemed to be scrutinizing her with his eyes. Naruto-kun. Makoto said. I assume you saw what I did. She asked, not expecting Naruto to answer since she already knew. And here. Naruto said, you put a genjutsu on her. Or at least, you interfered with her chakra circulation, just like how you put a genjutsu on a person, to put her into unconsciousness. Makoto was quite impressed. She chalked off her not knowing that she was being watched and eavesdropped due to the fact that he could do it from afar, but deducing what she did in such a short time was impressive, considering that he had never experienced a genjutsu firsthand. But I'm more concerned about why you did it. Naruto continued, and finished with, and where are you taking her? After a moment, Makoto said. I'm taking her to somewhere safe, Naruto-kun. Can you follow a person performing a shunshin? Naruto nodded, I can. Not that hard actually. Makoto then said, then follow me. I'll explain on the way. And when Makoto disappeared, leaving a puff of smoke, Naruto followed suit, leaving a gust of wind due to the sheer speed of his movement. One Hiruzen Sarutobi could be found in the study room inside the house reserved for the Hokage and his family, intertwining his hands, resting his elbows on his desk, and stared into the door, his eyes unfocused, as if his mind were focused in something else entirely. The reason why he's taking a pose that would make one get the impression that he's an evil, scheming leader of a mysterious organization that had a hidden agenda concerning the apocalypse was because he was a bit on edge due to his previous conversation with a certain Uchiha. The topic of the conversation itself was quite intriguing to him. The Uchiha was seeking protection for herself and one other member of the clan, a family member of hers. Knowing who she was, Hiruzen assumed that it was her daughter. And when she confirmed it, Hiruzen knew how desperate she was to make sure that her daughter would be saved. The situation between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's government had always been tense with one another. The Kyuubi incident that killed the Yondaime was just something that escalated it into something even more prominent than before. Being the one who believed in his older teacher's words of, we can coexist together in harmony, Hiruzen had tried to solve the matter peacefully, but his pragmatic teammates from his Junin days were bent on exercising their authority to ensure Konoha's security and safety in the most alienating way possible. Pitted against the majority who voted to put the Uchiha under scrutiny, Hiruzen had no choice but to allow the segregation. And after years of having a mole within the Uchiha clan who informed them of the impending coup, it was decided that the problem could no longer be resolved in a peaceful manner. Despite his insistence to find those who did not want the coup to occur within the clan, such as their mole, Itachi Uchiha, so that they could be spared, Hiruzen's pleas were ignored. Faced with the impossibility of extracting those who wanted to resist the resistance, he was forced to accept that there were no alternatives that could save the proud clan. But the conversation that she had with Makoto Uchiha was enlightening to say the least. She was a part of a minority who had grown to reject the idea of the coup for different reasons, but unable to do anything either because of their ties with their clan or their lack of trust towards Konoha's government. He had a thought then, that perhaps her words could garner some sympathy, and if it wouldn't outright nullify, it would at least delay the planned genocide long enough to extract those who were like her. But she had shaken her head when he brought that up, and she said that those like her had already given up the possibility of getting out. And not to mention that while there were some who didn't want the coup to happen, they were a part of a family who supported the coup wholeheartedly. Combined with the clan's suspicion about Itachi being a mole, she assumed correctly that the genocide would occur very soon. And any method of extraction would either be too suspicious, too risky, or too time-consuming to carry out. And so, Hiruzen was faced with a choice. Should he accept this woman and her child, or should he not? It was a decision in which he alone would be responsible for she had asked this out of him personally and without any political strings attached. She did that out of her own concern for her daughter, nothing more. And because Itachi had already been tasked to kill his whole clan in the very near future, should he welcome Makoto and her youngest child, they would be the last remnant of the proud clan. In his reasoning, if there were only 2 people he could save from hundreds, then he might as well take it. So he accepted and allowed Makoto to have security, which he himself provided. Hiruzen then heard the sound of a knock coming from upstairs. She used Shunshin to enter from the balcony instead of entering from the main door. It was somewhat expected, considering that she might be trying to act discreetly. As Hiruzen lifted himself up from his chair and walked towards the balcony, he thought about Makoto's daughter, Satsuki, whom he had been told as having no clue whatsoever about the coup. He wondered how she would tell her daughter about the reason why she had to take her to this place and stay there for a couple of days. Handing out the whole unpleasant truth might not do her some good, and she, as her mother, should realize this. So what could she? And his answer came when he saw Satsuki's unconscious form being carried by her mother. So she took the easy way. Well, considering the magnitude of the secret, I shouldn't be surprised. He opened the door to the balcony and said, "Come in." Makoto nodded wordlessly as she entered. Along with another person behind her that Hiruzen failed to notice before. Naruto. Naruto looked at Hiruzen, his eyes were intense and narrowed as he looked without any fear towards him, "Old man." He greeted, not jovially or with respectful tone, like he used to, it was neutral at best and hostile at worst. "I'm sorry for intruding. But I happen to know the situation about the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Now this, while not impossible to occur by any means, was something that Hiruzen didn't expect. How much do you know? Suffice to say, I know enough. Naruto said, "Old man, is this solution really necessary? I mean, mass murder. Is it so hard to talk about this? I mean, during these times, wasn't there any civil debates between the 2 sides so that this can be resolved peacefully, if at all?" Hiruzen looked at Makoto, who had placed Satsuki into a couch for the time being, then he turned to Naruto. "Does your mother know about this? If she did know, what will you do to her?" Naruto asked. "Nothing." Hiruzen answered, "As long as she doesn't reveal it carelessly, which I doubt she would, then we have nothing to worry about." Naruto nodded, "Good. 'Cause I won't forgive you if you're planning to do something bad to her. I may be forced to become a pragmatic leader, Naruto. But I know that there are limits that I must impose on myself." Hiruzen said, "Now, let's not talk about this here. Makoto-san, I assume that he knew this through you, considering that you came with him. He overheard me and Fugaku talking with Itachi about the you know what. Makoto said, gave me quite a scare with his abilities too. Well, that's to be expected." Hiruzen remarked, "Naruto, if you want to talk, then let's do it in another room. Let Satsuki rest for a bit. Hopefully, when she woke up and we explained the situation to her, she could understand why you did this, Makoto." Let's hope so. Then, after an unspecified amount of time afterwards, the night had fallen, and the Uchiha district was eerily quiet, as if it were a ghost town. Despite the darkness made by the time of night, the buildings were not lit, as if nobody was there to turn on the light. And an eerie atmosphere covered the whole town. Such an occurrence was not normal. It was as if the concept of life had been forcefully taken from the area, and if someone who had a sharp instinct walked around the area, they would feel uncomfortable if not outright afraid. But within this ghost town, there was one person who was running towards the center of the area instead of away from it. Felt with fear, anxiety, and doubt, this person ran and ran until a particular house came into view. The door was opened and the sounds of frantic footsteps echoed within the house as this person was fully intent on finding something, or someone within the house. Reaching the living room, she finally found someone. Two-person in fact. But not in a situation where it made her happy. As she knew both of them. And that one of them was standing while the other was lying on the ground in the pool of his own blood, dead, and unresponsive. Quote. No. No. Why? Why did you do this? Quote. Satsuki. Welcome home. Itachi ni. So it's true, what they told me and. Oh gods. How could you? It is a necessary measure, Satsuki. Said Itachi to his younger sister as his Sharingan began to transform. I don't know who told you. But I hope that someday, you'll understand why I had to do this. A pair of black eyes opened after an unwanted and enforced slumber. The eyes belonged to one Satsuki Uchiha, who had been put to sleep without her consent by her own mother, Makoto Uchiha. The moment her eyes were adjusted, she found that she had been laid down in a couch within a room. She lifted her back and began to check her surroundings, and found that the room that she had been placed into were rather unfamiliar. Single quote. This is not my house, she noted. Because the room that she stayed in was connected to the balcony, she noticed two things. Firstly, this was the second floor of someone else's house. And secondly, it's already nighttime, considering that the moon could be seen. It took her another moment before her mind became clear and she remembered what caused the unconsciousness in the first place. Mom. She remembered her mother's eyes transforming before she was knocked out cold by something that she couldn't see but feel. It was as if something inside of her had been tampered with. Genjutsu? She asked rhetorically, knowing that it felt as if she had been under a spell that forced her to sleep. Tampering with one's chakra circulation could do that to someone, she had to admit that. The questions that she wanted to ask, and desperately wanted an answer for were. Why did she do it? And where have she brought me? Slowly, she separated herself from the couch, and stood. Moments later, she walked towards the door leading to the corridor of the house's interior. She opened it slowly, and when it was slightly opened, she peeked, to see whether or not anyone was there. When she found it empty, she got out of the room and closed the door quietly. Then, she heard voices coming from below. Voices of a woman, an old man, and a younger man. Voices that she found familiar to her ears when she focused her hearing to listen to their conversation. So that's it then. We're just going to let this happen. There really is no other way to solve this problem but this. Naruto. There is none, Naruto. Not after 8 years of animosity. The mission is currently being carried out. He should be finished in a couple of hours or so. He's very talented after all. The Hokage. What is he doing? And what is he talking about? I suppose that I came forward too late then. That if I had done this long ago instead of now, the clan and Konoha might be able to have a civil conversation to work things out. Mom. The clan. What's going on here? Quote. Perhaps. Though we can't know for sure now. And it no longer matters in the current order of things. The Hokage said, all we can do now is to wait. Quote. Old man, did you at least made attempts to solve this situation peacefully? I mean, before it got to the point where it's no longer repairable. If so, then what caused them to fail? Quote. Differences in our philosophy. Hiruzen answered, I stood for what one of my sensei said, that we can all live peacefully in harmony through understanding. But most of the people that I work for adopted the way of thinking that my sensei's brother used. Which is? Asked Naruto. Vigilance is essential. Hiruzen said, and most of my peers took that way of thinking and instill it within their very soul. Instead of faith, they could only trust someone who can be trusted, and even then, they gave their trust tentatively. While that kind of pragmatic thinking is acceptable, it did not help the situation with the Uchiha clan. Single quote. What? Hiruzen continued as Satsuki felt a creeping feeling coming up from her stomach. Needless to say, I failed to persuade them. And now, here we all are. I didn't even tell Homura or Kaharu or anyone else about your deal with me, Makoto-san. I fear that they will not even try to bother hearing you out before deciding anything. I'm thankful for that, Makoto said. But using my son, was it your idea? Satsuki's breath hitched, and that creeping feeling began to amplify. No. It was Danzo's. He and I recognized that Itachi held no pride for his clan and that he was very loyal to the village and wanted to become a part of the village more than he wanted to become a part of his clan. While I'm personally appalled by the idea of him doing such heinous act, I could also see its benefits. So I consented. I always knew that Itachi was not like the other men from our clan. Like you said, he held no pride for his own clan, and I knew that this would make his priority and that of the clans clash one day. But, for it to end this way, there are many things that could be blamed for what will happen tonight. One of which was the decision to segregate your clan from the others due to what happened 8 years ago. But none of it matters now. And as for Itachi, will you be able to live with his future reputation, while knowing the truth of what happened? I'll make do. As long as Satsuki is alive and with me. It would be enough. There was a moment of silence before Hiruzen finally broke it. Naruto, what's wrong? There was no reply, instead there was a sound of someone moving, closer to her position. Satsuki's eyes widened, fearing that Naruto somehow knew she was there and had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Her fear was proven true when he suddenly showed up. He looked at her and after a moment of tense silence, she lamely said, hi. Hey. You woke up early, huh? Yeah, She stopped. Wait. You knew what happened to me? Naruto nodded with a faint sigh. Yes. You heard our conversation, didn't you? He said. His tone showed that he was not accusing her of doing something wrong. Instead, it was more weary. Yes. Naruto, what's going on? Satsuki asked, pleaded, wanting to know the truth. Let's go downstairs. We'll explain everything. And so she followed Naruto. Her gut feeling was screaming at her, telling her that something was terribly wrong. Whatever they were talking about concerned Itachi, the Uchiha clan as a whole, and she was beginning to realize that her assumption that there was a conspiracy looming over everything might be correct after all. When they came to the living room, Makoto's eyes widened as she saw Satsuki. Satsuki. You're awake. Naruto then motioned to the couch and said, seat yourself Satsuki. This will take some time to explain. Mom, Naruto. What's going on? What's wrong? Explain what. Is this related to Itachi ni? She shot off many questions, fearing that they would give the worst answers possible to those questions. Satsuki, please. Sit. Makoto asked her, just calm down, okay. Please, sit down. Reluctantly, Satsuki did so, and Naruto sat beside her. Then, Hiruzen said, Satsuki. Before we begin, we want you to listen to us until the end. If you want to judge us, that's fine. But listen to us first. Understand? Though confused, she slowly nodded after a few seconds of silence. Oh okay. Hiruzen sighed before he said, Naruto already figured this out. But to properly begin, let's start with the Kyuubi incident 8 years ago. Where the said Biju caused the demise of the 4th Hokage. Fugaku was silent as he stood against a rather menacing figure in front of him. His eyes conveyed no fear, anxiety, or anger. His expression was, if anything, one of knowing. It was as if he was not shocked or surprised, despite the fact that he was covered in blood and his blade was unsheathed. So you've finally come. Fugaku said, did you leave me for last? Yes. The figure answered, it's only logical to cut the branches first before going to the root to ensure that the coup will fully die out. The most unstable ones were killed first. Fugaku tilted his head down. Good. At least you make sure those who joined the cause out of blind lust for war and glory were taken out. Even I know now that it was a mistake to let them join. Indeed. The figure said, I understand why you let them, however. You were desperate. Your resources, limited. Your manpower, limited. And most of your men were, for the lack of a better word, disagreed with your view. They do not fully understand the reason why you fight, why you resist. Only few understood you. And even then, they were not enough. HMPH. Are you lecturing your father, Itachi? Asked Fugaku. You. Who had killed almost everyone in here, but me. You. And mother. And Satsuki. Itachi corrected him, the latter two are out of the picture. The Hokage has ordered me to not kill them. Fugaku sighed, feeling defeated, so I was right. Makoto had proposed some kind of a bargain with him somehow. You know of this, father. I presumed as much. After I've waited so long for them to come back home and they never did, I began to get suspicious. I was about to look for them, to see if my hunch was right. Until you came along. Prevented me from doing so. If so, then forgive me for not allowing you to see either of them for one last time. Itachi said. Then, Fugaku's son charged, intending to kill his father. But Fugaku, in a matter of a second, activated his Sharingan, and managed to avoid the blade. He then tried to deliver an elbow strike to Itachi's face, but Itachi had activated his Sharingan as well, allowing him to move his head sideways. Before Itachi's sideward slash could fully cut Fugaku's abdomen, he jumped back to avoid it. He sent himself several feet away, never taking his eyes off his wayward son until he stopped. You made one mistake, Itachi. Fugaku said, you might have been able to kill them all with the art of assassination. But you chose to deal with me in a close combat situation. So rest assured, I will not die without a fight. Even if I'm pitted against my own son, I am still an Uchiha. I will die fighting. Commendable of you, father. Itachi said, somewhat impressed, but you are unarmed. I have cut you. And you do not know that I have an advantage that puts me ahead of you. I have kept it secret, even from you. You are delaying the inevitable, father. His eyes softened slightly as he continued to say. Please. Do not delay my objective. Father. That's a fancy way of saying, don't make me do this, son. Fugaku remarked, but I will still fight. No matter what you say. Do you know why? Fugaku then performed several hand seals before he yelled, because I am an Uchiha. And I have my pride as the leader of the clan. And then, the father and son clashed. Wah. What? Hearing that your whole clan was planning a coup against the village in which you lived in was not a pleasant experience for Satsuki, or for anyone else, for that matter. Makoto and the Hokage had told her everything about the coup. Its conception, the reason why it's created, the animosity that the clan held against the village's government, and then, they told her about the solution that the Hokage and his peers had devised to solve it. And that was no more pleasant compared to the aforementioned revelation about the coup. If not more horrid and appalling. So it was no surprise that at the end of it, she was very much disturbed, and horrified. I Itachi ni. He's. No. No, Itachi ni can't. He can't do that. He's not. He's not that kind of person. Makoto and Hiruzen looked appropriately speechless as their head were tilted slightly downwards. Now that she knew what's going on and what will happen next, they didn't know what to say. But Naruto did. I don't like this either, Satsuki. And I know that he extended his hand towards Makoto and Hiruzen, aren't okay with it either. I hate this. I hate being incapable of doing something that could benefit those who deserved it. With all that I could do, I just couldn't save more of those worth saving within your clan. Naruto, please. Makoto said in a soothing, placating manner, don't blame yourself. It's our clan's fault, not yours. We are too prideful, too stubborn in our cause. And now we're paying the price. Each and every one of us. She said, saddened by the current events. Satsuki was taking it hard. And like anyone whose view of the world around her had been shattered, she's refusing to accept it. No, this is absurd. What is this? A bad dream? A nightmare? If so, please, wake me up. Anyone. Please. Her pupils shrunk, her skin was pale, her breath was ragged, and she was sweating profusely. The revelation proved to be too much for her to handle. She placed her hands on the front side of her head, covering the upper side of her face. This isn't happening. Makoto, Hiruzen, and Naruto turned to Satsuki, who became more and more unstable as time passed. Satsuki. Makoto asked. A moment later, after Satsuki didn't even hear her mother's call, her symptoms began to act up again. Purple-colored, plasmic-like energy began to come out from her body. But she didn't even seem to notice this, as she went on to say, "This isn't happening. No, this is not happening, this can't be happening." The other three within the room were all shocked at what they were seeing, as Satsuki. Makoto said, shocked at what she's seeing. Her daughter, exhibiting something that she had never seen before. Satsuki. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Then, as she asked worryingly, she went to touch her shoulder. Which was a big mistake. Her eyes narrowed, because in her current disturbed state, she wanted no one to try to console her. Don't touch me. She didn't mean for it to happen. When she batted her mother's hand away and extended her hand towards her, the purple energy formed a projectile that would hit her right in the stomach and lethally wound her. Which what would have happened had Naruto wasn't in the room. The energy would have sent her flying several feet away and made her crash into the wall behind her, but Naruto's skin was far more resilient than a normal human's. It only took a second and a half. He saw it coming towards Makoto, and he reacted by sprinting, stopped in front of Makoto, and then he extended his hand to block the energy projectile. He blocked it as if it were a simple ball that was thrown for him. But the aftereffect was not expected. It created a form of a kinetic wave that shook everyone and everything within the room. Makoto and Hiruzen were thrown several feet back from where they stood due to it, and the nearest objects either fell, moved or tilted from their previous place. Only Naruto and Satsuki was left standing. The latter due to how a protective bubble made from the same substance was formed around her body and protected her when it happened, while the former was due to his extraordinary durability and sense of balance. She looked at her hands and realized what she just did. No. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It wasn't. When she saw her mother behind Naruto, looking at her with what seemed to be fear in her eyes, she was also struck by fear. Fear that she had caused her mother to be afraid of her, because of what she just did. No. At first, she staggered. She took a few steps backwards, away from them. And then, she turned away from the others and ran away towards the door. There was a moment of stunned silence. Naruto was, understandably, left his mouth open slightly. That's not a normal jutsu, was it? It's something else. Could she be? Before he could finish that train of thought, he realized his surroundings, and the first thing that he did was to make sure Makoto and Hiruzen was okay. Firstly, a woman's well-being should be ascertained first. So she went to Makoto, and asked her, "Are you okay? Are you injured or anything?" It took her a moment before she finally let her eyes turn to Naruto after she had been staring at the spot where Satsuki had stood. I'm fine. I was not that hurt, thank you. Can you get up? Makoto nodded, yes. I'm fine Naruto-kun. Go check on the Hokage. He might need more medical attention than I am. Naruto, heeding her words, immediately went to the downed Hiruzen. Old man, are you alright? Hiruzen grunted, HNGK. I'm not sure. Maybe some bones were cracked. I'm an old man after all. These old bones aren't as good as they used to be. He said wryly. Naruto only shook his head at the old man's remark. Well, can you stand up? It took some effort on his part, but after a few seconds accompanied with grunts made out of pain, and Naruto providing some assistance, Hiruzen could lift his back up. Well. Though it's not that good anymore, this body still has some power left. Naruto sighed out of relief. Well, good. He said, but what Satsuki did, that was not a jutsu of any kind, was it? That was a manifestation of energy. It might be possible that she's. He trailed off as he smiled at the possibility that he was not the only kid with powers that made him different, even compared to a shinobi. But then he realized how fearful she was, how traumatized she was, knowing that she inadvertently hurting her mother because she couldn't control it. She didn't have the luxury of figuring out the offensive capability of her power through some means that didn't hurt anybody else. Unlike him. Because unlike her, he was in his right state of mind when he decided to figure out the extent of his strength, and as such, he had placed some precautions. Knowing this, Naruto had an idea of how scared, confused, and bewildered Satsuki currently was. Naruto-kun. Makoto said as she slowly raised herself up, what's What's going on with Satsuki? That purple energy, what was that? Hiruzen then added his insight, Naruto. She might be a person similar to you. Someone capable of doing things that even I do not know possible. Quote. You mean there are others like me? Naruto asked. Two of them, if Satsuki were indeed different like you. Hiruzen said before he grunted in pain as he lifted himself up. After a moment, he turned to Makoto and said, You don't seem to know about this beforehand, Makoto-san. No, I do not. Makoto said, I never knew that Satsuki could do that. What was that? If my guess is right. Naruto said, I think that was her unique power. Some kind of energy generation and conversion. He looked at the palm of his right hand that he had used to block the energy projectile. The skin was still a bit red due to how powerful it was. She could convert her chakra into a malleable energy field that could be both destructive and protective. Fascinating. Hiruzen muttered. So that means each one of you is unique, Naruto. Quote. Even if I still don't understand this completely. Makoto said, focusing on the more important matter at hand, I'm more concerned about my daughter's whereabouts. Where is she going? Minutes before. Satsuki didn't know what to do when she got out of the Hokage's house. She had hurt her mother. Her fearful expression when she looked at her. She didn't take that well. Not by a long shot. Her mind, reeling from the recent revelation about her clan and what she just did, no matter how involuntarily it was, had ordered her to leave the premises as quick as she could. But now that she got out, she didn't know the next step that she should take. However, she did know that she didn't dare to go back inside. Fearing the response of her mother, the Hokage, and most of all, Naruto. Single quote. But he blocked it with just his hand. Is he different, like me? She wondered. Before she could think about that further, however, her train of thought was interrupted when she remembered about her brother. More precisely, about what he had allegedly been ordered to. The thought of her clan being massacred by their own member, her brother, was something that she didn't want to be true. And with her mental state in complete disarray, her rational thought was suppressed, and so, she did the most sensible thing that she could think of at that moment. She ran towards the Uchiha district, out of the need to ensure that what she had been told was not true. Meanwhile, despite his father's handicap, Itachi found that he was an impressive combatant. Unarmed as he was, their fight made him realize that Fugaku became a leader of the Uchiha not just through political maneuvers, but also through his combat capability and strategical thinking. Itachi had seen the latter when his father managed to create and maintain the rebellious group without public knowledge and limited resources. Though he had to do some questionable deeds and methods due to desperation, it was nevertheless impressive. It was only due to the village's suspicion regarding the Uchiha's loyalty that they were found out. And they never realized it. Until they were systematically murdered one by one. Meanwhile, Itachi had already experienced a little bit of Fugaku's combat capability through some sessions of spar when he was little. However, having Fugaku attack him with the intent to kill was a whole nother story. The reason why Fugaku attacked him was not out of desperation, but due to him enacting a last stand as the targeted Uchiha left alive. His wife had betrayed him and brought their daughter with her, and his son had murdered the rest of their clansmen, so in a way, he had nothing else to live for. If he were already branded for imminent execution, then he would at least go out fighting. Defiant to the end. And he did stand tall until the very end. Until Itachi drove his sword to his stomach. Until he felt his own blood coming out from his mouth, trailing down from his lips into his chin and then dripped towards the floor. Then, after Itachi stabbed him, his son pulled his sword just as quick as he stabbed him. But even with the trauma of being impaled with a particularly sharp object, Fugaku still stood his ground out of his own willpower. He was silent, his eyes unfocused. It was as if he was trying to stay at the land of the living a while longer, even if it were just for a second. He looked at the location of his wound, and then, he looked at Itachi. Then he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But all that came out was ragged breaths. He then closed his mouth, gulped, painfully to add, and then he tried to speak. But before he could talk, he finally fell. First, he fell to his knees, he then tried to keep himself that way, But then, as his life force was starting to leave his body, he found, faintly, that he's no longer able to command his body to move as he wanted to. Finally, he fell on his stomach, unable to utter any last words. Itachi looked at the corpse of his father. At the blood pouring out from his wound at a large amount, at the eyes that were now devoid of life. And there were no emotions apparent on Itachi's expression upon seeing the sight. Due to the fact that once he had been given an objective, no matter how morally reprehensible it was, as long as it would have a form of benefit that could last for years to come, he would do it. Emotion was a familiar concept to him, being a human and all, but Itachi had had the training to quell many of those emotions, if not suppress them. And it was one of the many things in which he was very proficient in. Though, he had to admit that he still felt that little tug in his proverbial heart when he killed them all. He just chose to quell and then ignore it entirely. But he still decided to at least hold a moment of quiet vigil. His mission was done, so he could at least do this little thing. For his father, and for his fellow clansmen. He recognized that it was hard to justify what he did. He knew that he had done something wrong. Something unconscionable. But he hoped that to the eyes of someone who knew the details that led to this event, they would see that the line between right and wrong was not clear. Perform a genocide, prevent a larger-scale war. Like a balance scale, which will tip in favor for the larger, heavier object, the weight of the human lives at stake in maintaining the peace was heavier compared to the bruised pride of a few hundred. Perhaps, if one were to know the details regarding his action and what preceded it, it could be accepted as a necessary measure. There would be debates regarding the moral of this event, that's for certain. But for now, it was of no matter. What's done is done. Let them judge him based on what they know, limited as they might be. And now, it was time for him to leave. But as it happens, the time he took for a moment of vigil was the time needed for his sister to come and see him grasping the sword that took their father's life, with his blood still staining the steel of his blade. It was a moment that Itachi and Satsuki will not forget for the rest of their lives. How could you? It was the only question that she could ask him after seeing what her brother had done. When she finally arrived at the Uchiha district, she was spooked by how derelict, empty, and abandoned it seemed. Despite the liveliness that she had seen just yesterday, even during nighttime. It was as if she had stumbled into a ghost town. An unfamiliar, frightening place that sent chills down her spine just by walking into it. The eeriest part was that this was not an unfamiliar place. Its familiarity to Satsuki was unnerving in that it felt unnatural, seeing the district after hearing what had to be the most horrifying thing that her mother ever said to her. Even if there were no dead bodies lying around, even if there were no trail of blood, the silent neighborhood of the district was made scarier by what she feared as the truth. And now, she knew that her fear wasn't just a product of her mind. It was real. It is a necessary measure, Satsuki, said her brother. His face lacked a discernible expression. Instead, there was only a cold glare that he's directing towards her, a glare made by his Sharingan, which was currently shifting, changing, transforming. I do not know who told you. But I hope that someday, you'll understand why I had to do this. Though Satsuki saw the different shape of the Sharingan, she did not care for it at all. All that she cared about was that her brother had shown a side of himself that he had never shown in front of her before. The side that made him able to kill their father and their own clansmen without any visible remorse apparent in his expression. Mom told me. And the Hokage. Satsuki began. I thought that it was a lie. That you won't be able to do this. That you can't. Because you are not this kind of a person. You're a kind man, brother. Always was. But this. How? How could you kill them all, and show no remorse? She asked. Quote. Because it is my mission. Itachi said, I know how atrocious this is, Satsuki. But I have made my peace with it. Judge me however you like. Hate me, throw me away from my pedestal, you are welcome to do so. If you think that what I did cannot be justified by any reason whatsoever, then so be it. Satsuki never knew about his dedication towards his ideal. Towards the idea that peace is something worth killing for. And she never knew how far he would go to adhere to that ideal. And so, she was mortified. But more than that, she was angry. Quote. I can't believe you. Itachi sighed, and with the intention to leave without saying anything more, he turned his back away from her and was about to leave through the back door to perform a shunshin. But before he could reach it, Satsuki's shouting, and the subsequent humming noise stopped him. Brother! Don't you dare leave! He turned and saw Satsuki covered in purple-colored energy field that shimmering around her body. His eyes widened at seeing what he could only assume is some sort of strange manifestation of her chakra. Satsuki, you. This time, she noticed the purple plasmic energy, but she was too angry to care, too disappointed in her brother's indifference towards what he did, and too saddened by the destruction of her brother's image that she had held for long to care about it. Her eyes narrowed, her fists clenched, and it was as if she's angry for both her brother and herself. The former because of what he did, and the latter because of her inability to completely hate her brother after hearing the reason from her mother and the Hokage. He was just fulfilling an order. The order would prevent a bigger catastrophe. These sentences, along with several others that shared the same meaning, kept echoing inside her head. She could not bring herself to hate her brother. No matter how much she wanted to. Not after knowing his reason. Then, the sound of the front door being opened abruptly made them turn. And there was Naruto, who distracted Satsuki for a moment that was proven to be enough for Itachi to leave. He only got a second head start however, if not 2 seconds. As Satsuki immediately tried to follow him. The key word being tried. As Satsuki was stopped by Naruto, who suddenly got in front of her in the span of a second. No. Satsuki, let him go. He said to her. Naruto, get the hell out of my way. She said, her energy field flaring in response to her anger. She then tried to move him out of the way, but he just won't budge, no matter how much she tried to push him out of the way. No. Satsuki, let it go. What are you going to do if you do catch up to him, huh? What are you going to say? He asked her. That's my business. Get out of my way Naruto, or else. She said before she extended her hand, trying to scare him off with her energy field. But she inadvertently created an energy beam that pushed him several feet away and creating a ripple effect due to how it interacted with the air surrounding it. A destructive ripple effect that destroyed some parts of the house. She was horrified by what she did without her own volition. Once again, she hurt someone, but this time, she knew that she meant to hurt him, unlike before. Satsuki, who still wasn't as lucid and rational as one would like herself to be, decided to continue chasing after her brother, thinking that the fact that he shrugged off her energy projectile once would allow him to survive this one just as easily. She ran, as fast as she could, to find him. And she did find him. As he was standing in the street just outside their house. Illuminated by the full moon behind him, he stood, as if waiting for her to come. What was that, little sister? That wisp-like, glowing energy? Itachi asked, as if truly curious. I don't know it myself. Satsuki admitted, it's a symptom of mine. I've been hiding it from everyone. Even our parents. I see. Itachi said, why do you persist in chasing me, Satsuki? What do you hope to accomplish with this? Satsuki, deep down inside her, knew that there was nothing that she could gain from relentlessly chasing him. That there was nothing that she could do about what had happened, for everything he did out of orders. Orders that would not see the light of day. What would the act of chasing her brother accomplish? Knowing that he consented, and perhaps, more poignantly, volunteered to do this heinous act. All in the name of maintaining peace. But, perhaps there's something that she really wanted to do. Something that she could accomplish. I want to see your regret. Satsuki said, her resolve renewed. What did you say? I want to see your remorse. Satsuki said once more, with more conviction this time, I want you to show me an expression that shows what you really feel inside. I know you, Itachi ni. The brother I know. He won't do this and then feel nothing afterwards. He's not a heartless person. Itachi blinked twice. The only thing that would indicate that he could and did feel something. And even then, it was very vague of him to do. The brother that you know is nothing more than a lie, Satsuki. Itachi said, his tone calm, collected, but somehow, unnatural to hear. He is only a smokescreen. This is the real. Cut that bullshit Itachi ni. Satsuki yelled, more out of anger this time. I'm going to make you show me your regret. Even if you don't want to show it. Satsuki then extended her hand, and through her sheer willpower, she created an energy projectile that she targeted towards her brother. An explosion followed soon afterwards. It was not very large, not enough to destroy a whole building, but it could kill a normal man and someone who stood beside him. She thought that her brother had escaped the projectile before it could even hit him. That he had used his agility to avoid that energy blast of hers. So she suspected that he would be missing when the smoke cleared. But when it did, she was more shocked at what she saw. Her brother was still there. Still standing. Unyielding, and still lacking in expression as before. But he had extended her arm right before the energy projectile hit him. And he created a similar energy field that covered his whole body. Its color was red, and a part of it was shaped like a shield, floating right in front of him. Silence reigned over their surroundings. Satsuki was shocked at what she'd just seen, her brain could barely register what's going on. Itachi then called off the energy field. And nonchalantly, he said, "Do not chase me, Satsuki. You're not strong enough." His sister noticed that Itachi's Sharingan had changed its shape. The three Tomo gathered in a circle that accompanied each of his pupils were gone, and it was replaced by a sinister-looking three-pronged shuriken-like pupils. H. How? Let's just say that you are not the only Uchiha who had strange symptoms like this before. Itachi said. He then turned his back and said, "I shall say it once more, do not follow me, Satsuki." He then turned his head to look at her with her menacing glare and said, "You are not ready." Satsuki was rendered speechless thanks to what Itachi had shown her. She couldn't even think about a proper retort. If you are so determined to do what you so desire, then the next time we meet. If we ever will. I hope that you would be strong enough to face me. To do otherwise would be suicidal for you. Then, using his shunshin, Itachi disappeared. Leaving Satsuki to stare at where he had stood just a second before. Her brother was just like her. He was able to manifest an energy field that had the same properties like her. Except that he used it far more skillfully. He had mastered it for quite some time, considering how he could create a construct out of it. Satsuki. The sound of her mother's voice coming from behind brought her out of her reverie. She turned towards her mother's voice, and found her looking as if she had been exhausted from doing something before she arrived. Mom. Then, the sound of the door leading to the interior of her house being opened from the inside diverted the attention of the mother and daughter. And they saw Naruto, who looked rather worse for wear, considering that his shirt was now in tatters. But otherwise, he was fine. Besides some reddened skin here and there, but then again, they are progressively getting better. That kinda hurt. Naruto remarked wryly, not that I wouldn't heal, but never mind. Is your mind clearer now, Satsuki? It was, in fact, clearer. And because of that, she didn't dare to look at him in the face. In her fit of anger, she had hurt Naruto, for the sake of trying to satisfy her blind wrath that brought her into a fit of slight insanity. Noticing this, Naruto walked closer as he said, "Look, I don't blame you, okay? You were angry, confused, vengeful even. I understand why you lashed out. I'm a little bit hurt physically, but otherwise, I'm fine. In fact, I'm already healing. See," he said with a more cheerful tone in his attempt to assure her. I'm sorry. Satsuki said as she tilted her head down, noticing his attempt to lighten the mood, but could not forgive herself for what she had done. It's all right. Naruto said, "Look, neither me or your mother blamed you for inadvertently hurting us. You got no control over it, we understand that. Don't we, Makoto-san?" Makoto responded by saying, "Yes. We do. Satsuki, I'm not angry at you, and I'm not angry about what you did. You had no intention of hurting us. Right. So don't worry." But, Satsuki said as she gathered the courage to look at Naruto, "I did deliberately hurt you. Come on, don't beat yourself over it." Naruto said as he got close enough to grasp her shoulder, "I'm not angry at you. And if I'm not, then you shouldn't be this hard on yourself." Satsuki was a little relieved at that. But nevertheless, it couldn't change the fact that she had attacked Naruto out of blind anger. And so, she could not offer him a smile or something to say. Then, she felt another hand grasping her other shoulder, and she saw that it was her mother. "We're here with you, Satsuki. And I too must apologize for doing what I did." Performing a genjutsu on her own daughter, Makoto had also berated herself for taking the easiest, fastest way to get Satsuki to safety. "I'm sorry," Makoto said. "I just thought that I did what was best. That putting you to sleep so that you could be taken to safety without any hassle would be the best course of action." Satsuki felt a little betrayed at that. But she recognized that her mother was just worried sick over her, and so she did what she thought best. "It's okay, mother," Satsuki said softly. Half of her was telling the truth, but half of her was not genuine. And Makoto recognized it as it were. So she could only smile sadly as she hugged her daughter, crying all the way. Her daughter responded by hugging her mother back. And so the mother and her child, two of the three last Uchiha in the world, cried as they stood in the middle of their district that was now filled with the corpses of their fellow clansmen. Watching the sight from a few feet away after he took a few steps back to let them have this moment for themselves, Naruto couldn't help but frown as he crossed his arms together. In the end, is this all worth it? Perhaps. Maybe. These words were the only acceptable answers to that question. In this circumstance, there are no absolute right or wrong answers. There are only opinionated answers. And to Naruto, all this massacre was an extreme solution brought about by the stubbornness of the opposing sides. He could not find anything that could redeem this act in his eyes. But he acknowledged that it's the only viable option left if one wanted to maintain the stability of the village. Doesn't mean that I have to like it. There was a reason why Naruto came quite late into the fray despite having superior speed compared to the Hokage or Makoto and despite knowing immediately where she would go after Makoto asked the question. The kinetic kickback that Satsuki had caused hurt the old man more than Naruto initially thought. And then, add to the fact that Naruto considered Hiruzen's condition as crucial that he took it upon himself to get him to the hospital. Then, add another hindering factor, which was the sudden influx of shinobis that came just after Naruto decided to fly him over to the hospital. Apparently, the shinobis tasked to patrol the Hokage residence was ordered to take a day off by Hiruzen. But their sense of duty called them into action when they were informed that there was a spike of energy coming from the interior of the mansion. It took more than just a few minutes to assure them that nothing was wrong. And then, came his advisors, Homura and Kaharu, who strolled into the mansion with only a hint of concern on their face and more of a, "I knew this would happen one way or another, sooner or later," kind of expression on their faces. Then things got a lot more convoluted. In which there was a lot of arguments, yelling, frustrations, and most of all, wasted time. But in the end, Hiruzen was brought to the hospital, in which he was accompanied by Homura and Kaharu. Hiruzen's former teammates turned advisors were there to berate him for not informing them of his deal with Makoto. To which, he replied, "I might have taken a gamble when I chose not to tell you of what I had chosen to do. But I'm not blindly determining my odds of winning nor am I jumping to worst possible conclusions without any attempts to resolve things peacefully. Unlike you two, who could only see the bad side in other people instead seeing their inherent goodness and wanting to go the extra mile to make a peaceful solution. So save your condemnation and condescension, I won't hear any of it. Least of all, hearing it from you two, who had lost the ideals that Hashirama-sensei had taught us and adopted the skewed ideals of Tobarama-sensei. Even he, despite the actions that he took to cage and supervise the Uchiha when he became the Hokage, believed in the inherent goodness of every man until his death, even for the Uchiha. Or have you two forgotten about Shisui's father, Kagami, whom he trusted with his life? Knowing Hiruzen's stubbornness, they decided to change the topic. Though they took notes of what he had said for further contemplation. After that, they then began to talk about something that they had discussed several days ago. After a certain Anbu came to him, showing powers that no other shinobis had, along with the revelation of Naruto, Hiruzen wanted to create a new group of some sort. Starting with the Anbu and Naruto. It's not a very convincing idea, said Kaharu. showing her disapproval, though we know what she's capable of is something that no other shinobi could even accomplish, and that the Uzumaki boy's physical powers are far beyond that of a normal human. 2 is not a sufficient number to create a specific cell for them only. And not to mention that if you wanted a special ops group, we already have the Anbu for that. Homura said, it's impractical and redundant to make another when we already have one. It's not a special task group of any kind. What I have in mind is creating a group of differently powered individuals not just for the benefit of the village, but for their benefit as well. Hiruzen said, we are facing individuals with powers that we, as a normal shinobi could not replicate, at least, not perfectly. And the first thing that would come to our mind when faced with that situation would be, how could we control them? The answer is, Hiruzen trailed off before answering, we can't. Not completely. The best that we could do is to regulate them with rules and protocols. But another thing that we could do is to let them govern themselves. Under supervision, of course. Are you suggesting that we allow a creation of a group of these different individuals without any direct involvement of the government? Asked Homura, a bit baffled by what his former teammate was implying. Have you lost your mind, Hiruzen? Asked Kaharu. The idea is ridiculous. They, like any other group, should be put under the authorization of Konoha, not allowing them to just be supervised without any kind of direct influence from us. Let me ask you, my comrades. Hiruzen said, his tone of voice low, but commanding, why are we allowed to govern the Anbu and any shinobi that we have in Konoha? Why can the other Kage and their councils do the same for theirs? After a second of silence, Hiruzen answered, it is because we, like them, are shinobi. We are among the highest ranks because we are far more skilled, powerful, and sometimes, intelligent than most of them. The difference between them and us is the degree of authority, prowess, strength, and experience that we have, and for that, we are allowed to govern them. But what makes Naruto and the Anbu different is that they are capable of doing things that even we cannot do. Hiruzen said, she could very well defeat us in a fight despite of our combat experience because of what she could see. Naruto could destroy this village if he, out on a whim, wanted to do so because of his strength and speed. And he could take to the sky, as if a bird, better than that even, like it was a normal thing for a human to do. These people are different. And the way I see it, we just don't have the right to rule them. But guiding them is a different story altogether. And that is what I want to achieve. Hiruzen finished, I do not aim to make them useful. I aim to make them better than us. Better than our petty feuds. Better than our suspicion-based paranoia. Better than our hunger for power. I still believe in the inherent goodness of every person. And I want these people to be better compared to us. Because if they are that much more capable and powerful compared to us, then they must have a much greater sense of responsibility. If not, then we must teach them that. To me, that is far more important than their usefulness to the village or the shinobi world as a whole. In essence, Kaharu began, you do not want to make them a spec ops team. You wanted to create a new community. A new clan. Yes. Hiruzen answered, but to be more precise, I want to create a unity. A day and a half later, the atmosphere felt quite heavy in Konoha. Itachi had been quite thorough and discreet when he was doing his act. Every corpses indicated that he had performed several subsequent assassinations that caught nearly everyone off guard. Those that he had to kill out in the open were then disposed of, along with those that he had killed within their own homes. As was said, he had been thorough in his act. As expected of a man able to kill his whole kin without batting an eye. The whole public had been informed of what had happened, though not of its cause. And whose orders, whose permission, that Itachi got that made him perform such an act. Villain. Lunatic. Heartless bastard. These were the words that someone who knew about the Uchiha massacre would use when describing Itachi now. But to those who knew the sensitive details of the event would say, under no scrutinizing eyes and ears of course, that Itachi was a complicated figure at best, and a ruthless extremist at worst. Satsuki's opinion stood in the middle. She was still having a hard time at accepting that her clan's number had been severely cut down, so to speak. But the fact that it was her brother who did this was something that she had a harder time in coping with. Her mother had tried her best to console her. But what she needed was time. And a little bit of space. Along with a little bit of a much-needed session of workout to burn off all the lingering feelings inside of her. So it should be no surprise to see her alone at a training ground, practicing multiple combat movements that seemed rather experienced. From the amount of sweats that she had accumulated, it was reasonable to assume that she had been there for quite a long time. And it wouldn't only be reasonable, it was the truth. She had been there for hours. And considering that the sun had barely come up, she didn't have any sleep whatsoever last night. Just like the night after the massacre of her clan. It had been a day and a half since the massacre. And Satsuki had been silent that whole time. Her mother tried to break her silence, to try and reconnect with her daughter, but seeing that she had been largely unresponsive, she decided to give her a bit more time. She was silently grateful for that. Because she just didn't know what she should do with or say to her as of now. Though forgive was too optimistic of a word to use in describing her feelings towards her mother, she had at least accepted that her mother had no power to stop it from happening. Not after so many years passed without anyone from either side attempting to think of a peaceful solution while constantly at odds with each other. And even though Satsuki had no close emotional connection with the other member of her clan, losing so many people, some of them were people that she knew quite well, within the span of one night was not an easy thing to forget. But there was another thing that bothered her. Besides her mother, the one person that she wanted to be beside her to at least try and comfort her was nowhere to be found after that fateful night. Naruto. His absence was very well noticed by her as he didn't even make any attempts to meet her after that fateful night despite what he knew about why it happened and how she would feel at this moment. Granted, she had no reason to believe that he's deliberately avoiding her, but his absence was kind of painful for her. Which added the fuel that made Satsuki keep on trying to burn off the agitation through physical exertions. It was now 10:50 a.m. in the afternoon. And Satsuki could be seen on a rather empty park, performing her combat movements rather well, despite the lack of sleep and despite the small amount of nutrition that she had been taking. She didn't even feel a tiny bit exhausted. Hell, even her senses were still sharp. Though her agitation did dull her concentration slightly. One simple downside, not really something to fuss about. At least, according to her. She needed the distraction after all, so why should she complain? Still, it would be nice if he were to come to her any day of the week now. Then, as if the world heard what she wanted and wanted to grant what she wished, she heard the sound of something arriving in her proximity. It's not the sound of someone walking. It was the sound of something landing after it had flown from where it took off to go where she now stood. Satsuki. It was his voice. She turned to him, hoping that her face didn't betray her emotion. But even she herself knew that it was a false hope. Naruto. He was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, colored in orange and black. He wore a pair of simple blue-colored trousers, and a pair of black shoes. He looked no worse for the wear, but he did look rather worried for her. And that made her angry. If he were worried, then why didn't he visit her at all yesterday? What could he have that prevented him from doing so? And what kind of excuses that he had prepared to try and diffuse her anger? I'm sorry, was the first thing that came out of his mouth, for not being there for you at all yesterday. Satsuki's anger suddenly diminished. But she still kept it enough to say. Where were you? She asked. Her tone of voice indicated that she needed to know. I was called by the Hokage. Along with my mother. He said. Things. A lot of things. Naruto said, it has something to do with what we can do. About that. Satsuki began, what is it that you have? Are you like me? Naruto smiled as he nodded, you can say that. Well, if you're asking what I can do, then I'll say that I can do things that other people can't. She smiled a little at that little quip, then I guess we're alike somewhat. She remarked. The raven-haired girl then slightly lifted her right hand and summoned a form of pulsing energy field that covered her hand. What would you call this, Naruto? She asked. Energy projection. Naruto answered almost immediately, the old man told me that our power came from the difference in which our chakra manifests itself compared to shinobi's. In my case, it comes with extreme physical augmentations, things like strength, speed, stamina, things like that. She remembered how fast he was when she wanted to chase her brother after Naruto distracted her for a split second. In that equal amount of time, he went from the door to her front without any sounds of footsteps, but a sound of something moving so damn fast that there was only a sound of a whistling wind. While with you, Naruto said, oblivious to her thoughts, it's manifesting itself in some form of energy field that could either destroy or protect, depending on what you want it to be. She noncommittally muttered as she looked at her so-called energy field. Say, Naruto. She began as she called off the energy field, reminded by something, if our chakra manifests differently compared to shinobi's. Then is it possible that the methods that they use to mold it into a jutsu would not be as efficient with us? It's possible. Naruto acquiesced. I mean, I can't even perform any of the basic jutsu properly. Well, that's one thing that has been made clear. Satsuki thought with a smile, knowing that the problem with her inability to perform a great fireball technique was really not because of a physical deficiency of some kind. But after a moment of silence, Satsuki said, "So what did the Hokage show you?" She asked, remembering what made him unable to check on her for more than a day. As I said before, it has something to do with us. Satsuki's eyebrow twitched slightly. Our abilities, I mean. She deflated a bit. It turns out that we might not be the only two people who have this kind of thing. What? She uttered out. You mean? There's more people like us out there. Yes. But the ones that he knew for now was just one. Not including us, of course. And he would introduce her to us tomorrow, at 2 o'clock in his office. Naruto said, more will come, I'm sure. That is, if you want to come. She wanted to come. No. She needed to come. I do want to. It was just yesterday that she's assuming that Naruto was just like her. And now, it turned out that the Hokage had something planned for people like the two of them. Different individuals gifted with powers unseen before. She had an ability that only few people had. Her clan had been decimated. Her faith in her mother had been tainted, and it would take a long time for it to recover. But never again will she trust her like she used to. And, her brother was not the man she thought she knew. She wanted to feel like she belonged somewhere. Naruto smiled. Great. I'll see you tomorrow then. He said before he added, unless you want me to accompany you for today. To make up for yesterday. It would be really great. Was what Satsuki thought. But. Satsuki sighed as she said. Naruto. I'll get over it. Sooner or later. With all that has happened, I just want to be alone for a while. Before I came here, Satsuki. Naruto began, me and my mother came to your house. And we met Makoto-san. Oh. What did she say? She said that you were avoiding her. Naruto said. His tone was not judgmental, but concerned. You didn't talk to her at all. You never made any eye contact. And that besides going out of your room to eat or go to the bathroom, you never once wanted to spend some time with her. There was a moment of tense silence, but Naruto continued. She said she was trying to get you to open up. But your responses were either to ignore or refuse her outright. I know it's none of my business, Satsuki. But this won't help you cope with what happened. Naruto sighed as he said, anyway. When all was said, she told me to relay this message for you. I don't expect you to fully forgive me. But I'm more than willing to try as hard as I could. Just give me a chance. Please. Satsuki's lips quivered as if she's about to cry when she heard that. And then she heard Naruto say. Don't push her away, Satsuki. It would be the worst thing that you could do. To her. And to yourself. After more than just half a minute of silence, Satsuki nodded slightly. It was almost unnoticeable. Okay. Naruto nodded, and then, he said. I'll give you some time alone like you asked. I'll see you tomorrow, Satsuki. Afterwards, he left. Using his super speed, he disappeared right before her eyes, and the faint sound of a gust of wind was the indication of his movement. Seconds after he left, she realized that she didn't feel as energetic as before. Not because of how Naruto just up and left. She did request to be left alone and he was just respecting what she wanted. But because of what he said about what she's doing to her mother, pushing her away, refusing to even acknowledge her attempts to make amends, keeping herself silent. Deep down, she agreed with Naruto. This was not the best decision that she had ever made. And that she needed to take action to prevent it from going worse before it's too late. Single quote. I have to make things right. Makoto Uchiha had been offered many condolences by her acquaintances and friends after they knew what happened. I'm sorry to hear that. This must be difficult for you. I hope you can get through this. I wish you all the best. These words were repeated by different people so many times that it was almost difficult for her to know which one was genuine and which one was not. She appreciated the gestures, but because of what she knew, the actions did not elicit any kind of emotion from her. All that she's feeling regarding the massacre was a sense of emotional numbness because of the sheer amount of her people that was now lost. Like Itachi, she did not hold an excessive amount of pride for her clan. Without any steady emotional attachment to the so-called pride of the Uchiha, Makoto was one of the very few that did not support the coup for the sake of attachment to her clan or for glory. In fact, if she were allowed to be honest, she was very much against it. It was not something that was created out of reason but stubborn pride and hunger for power. They would not create a better place for the Uchiha like Fugaku once told her. They wanted to turn Konoha into a dictatorship governed solely by the Uchiha. Two entirely different things connected only by the former's vagueness. She only supported the coup due to her being the coup leader's wife. Makoto loved Fugaku once, at least she thought she did. But after seeing the extent of his obsession for the coup's success and his overbearing pride for his clan, that sentiment diminished. Little by little, bit by bit, until all that was left were indifference. However, while she grew to no longer care for her husband's endeavor in what he assumed to be a mission to restore Uchiha's greatness, she had been more than worried over what the clan coup would do to her children. And now she knew what it did. Her son was gone in a figurative, and almost in a literal meaning of the word. And her daughter was now seeing her in a whole different perspective. Satsuki had been drawing herself away from her, this she knew. Though she had been trying to initiate a conversation, the tension that hanged in the air, along with her lack of response every time a conversation took place had dissuaded her from trying. She needed some time to take it all in was what she thought. She needed a little bit of space and time to come to terms with all that had happened. So she decided to give it to her. A little bit of space and time. But as she's sitting in the living room within a house that only had her as its resident within an empty district that was once filled with people while her daughter was elsewhere, avoiding her entirely, her willpower was slowly breaking apart by the minute. Sitting on the couch, she stared at the empty table in front of her. Her empty gaze indicated that she was staring at nothing in particular and that her mind was elsewhere. Though Makoto did not doubt that telling the cold, ugly truth about the matter to her daughter was necessary and right instead of giving her a lie, she slightly regretted what she did. Single quote. It would have to be revealed sooner or later, she thought, trying to justify revealing the planned coup and its grim consequence to Satsuki, trusting that her precocious maturity would enable her to come to terms with what happened. Makoto sighed deeply and said to herself, she just needs some time. That's all. It didn't quite convince herself, however. Silence reigned for another few. The sound of a door being opened made her turn. Satsuki. She called out, hoping that it was, indeed, her daughter. Though there was no answer, the sound of the door being opened and subsequently closed was the indication that someone did enter. Then when the person came to the living room, Makoto was glad that it was the one she wanted to see. Mom. She greeted rather tersely before she sat beside Makoto on the couch. Then an awkward, tense silence followed suit. It was clear, if one were to observe from an outsider's perspective, that both of them wanted to talk to each other, to say something to solve the situation and end the silence. But the problem was, the heavy atmosphere created by what happened had made them silent. Something needed to be done. Someone must take the first step. Say the first word. That was all they need to break the proverbial ice. And it was Makoto who did it first. Satsuki. I assume that Naruto has relayed my message. Not a solid footing, but it would have to do. Satsuki's response was, yes. He did. She answered. Then she looked directly into her mother's eyes and said, I don't know what to say, Mom. With all that you told me, I don't think I could ever look at you the same way again. And so it came to the crux of the problem. I know you only wanted to do what's best for me, you're concerned about my safety. I understand that. But after telling me about what you did, or to be exact, what you didn't do to prevent this kind of thing from happening in the first place. She trailed off. Though she spoke no more words, it hit Makoto harder than any harsh words that she could have said. Collecting all of her willpower, Makoto said, That's fair, Satsuki-chan. I could have prevented this from happening years ago like you said. And for that, I'll always have that hanging over me. What could have been? What could have happened had I done something and so forth? But what's done is done. Makoto said, her tone of voice filled with finality and sorrow. While I can't fix my lack of action in the past, I don't want to lose you because of what I did. She cast her head down as she finished with, So whatever you want me to do, Satsuki, I will grant you. Just give me a chance to redeem myself in your eyes. Please. Makoto, her mother, was begging. Practically begging her to not leave her. And it was at this moment that it occurred to Satsuki. That she's not the only one who's having a rough time in dealing with the massacre. Hell, her mother might be going a harder time compared to her. She personally knew some of the ones her brother had killed, and as such, would feel more saddened by their deaths compared to Satsuki who only knew some of them a little, not even as friends or close acquaintances. Add the fact that she's having some guilt at her decision to not intervene in some way before everything went to hell, and Mom. Satsuki began, I'm sorry. After another moment of silence that felt more comfortable than the one before, Makoto said, What are you apologizing for, Satsuki? For being a jerk to you. Satsuki said. I can't see you as I did before again, but you're still my mother. And I've no right to push you away like that. I just wasn't thinking clearly. I'm really sorry. Makoto procured a small smile and said, That's okay, Satsuki. She said with genuine feeling of relief, That's okay. And with that, they hugged. As no more words needed to be said by either side. Satsuki did not hate her as Makoto had believed. She was right in that she just needed time. And now, even though the connection between them had been severely damaged, it was still there. With time and effort on her part, she's hoping that she could rebuild what was lost between them. No. She must. Makoto hugged her daughter tighter and closer as tears began to come out from her eyes. Deep down, she swore to herself that she would treasure what was left of her family and clan. Satsuki became her whole world now. And she would go to great lengths to ensure her well-being. In such a short time, Itachi Uchiha became the most glaring example of a traitor known to the Konoha and some parts of the 5 great shinobi countries. His name had been written into the passage of history as an unrepentant, incredibly skilled mass murderer that took the lives of nearly every member of his clan. And as such, it was of no surprise that he became a wanted criminal, searched by those who desire a challenge or the hefty bounty placed on his head as a nuke nin of Konoha. However, living in hiding was Itachi's specialty. Along with his ability to blend into crowds and use henge to appear as anything but himself. Itachi had no problem living on the run. Considering what he had done, out of orders or not, he knew how atrocious of an act it was, and as such, having his citizenship revoked by his own village, known as the Black Sheep that murdered his whole clan out of sheer spite or just because he could, and living without a proper roof above his head for an indefinite amount of time was quite a bit of a fair exchange. For stabilizing the village, for keeping the peace of the elemental nations, such sacrifices must be made. Satsuki and mother survived the massacre, however. It was not stated as a lamentation, something that he should have resolved. Instead, it was stated as a remark filled with a little bit of relief and hope. His sister and his mother was spared. They were the members of the clan Uchiha in his family besides himself who were not affected by the affliction of the mind that had been plaguing the Uchiha clan for generations. 2 out of hundreds might not be a fair trade, but it was not his decision to make. And it was already decided. No need to dwell on what might have been. He reminded himself as he was walking in a man-made path surrounded by forests, using a henge to disguise himself as an unassuming merchant, better to focus on what lies ahead my road. Thinking about what the future might hold, Itachi was reminded of what his sister told him. And about her condition. His sister had kept her ability hidden quite well. He had to admit that he was surprised to see her having an ability similar to his own. Knowing his sister's stubbornness, her desire to see his remorse could make her chase him wherever he went. And that was why he urged her to get stronger before facing him again. As of now, she was just a stubborn child who hadn't tapped into her full potential as of yet. Given time, however, she could become someone who could defeat him in fair combat. Perhaps it was just a foolish notion. Maybe he was just humoring his sister's wish to see him showing remorse. Or maybe he wanted her to succeed. To be able to force his emotions out into the surface by any means necessary. Whatever the reason may be, if Satsuki ever came into his path again, then it shall be a battle. That much was certain. For the moment, however, Itachi looked towards the sky. He was far from Konoha now, and was not remotely near any kind of settlement. After hiding for more than a day, perhaps he could use another means of transportation besides walking, running or shunshin. Closing his eyes while never tilting his head down and still facing towards the sky, he concentrated, leading to the creation of the paper-thin red energy field that surrounded his body. Moments later, he felt his feet leaving the ground. Smiling to himself, happy due to how his primal instincts were stimulated by something no normal human could achieve without any external means, Itachi took off to the sky, leaving a trail of fire-like energy in his wake.